Mute. Okay. Okay. And so we can hear me. Can you see me? Can you hear me? NCOP?
Good day, ma'am. Yes, I can hear you.
Okay.
I'll ask Lizelle to assist you, ma'am.
Okay. I'm checking something. The background is
MEC.
Fanta.
Afternoon, MEC Fanta.
Yes.
You look good, you're visible, I can hear you, but you need the NCOP virtual background, ma'am.
Strictly.
Yes.
I can't do that.
Order, honorable members. We now take this opportunity and greet the permanent delegates as well as the special delegates on a virtual platform. We do have our Minister Tolashi, the Minister of Social Development in our midst. And once again, Minister, we want to say we appreciate your presence. We understand the schedule that you are working under, but nonetheless, you still saw it as a priority to come and prioritize the NCOP work. We also have special guests in a gallery. I don't see them as yet. As they come up, I will accordingly indicate who are they. So in between, I'll also indicate they're present. I also take this opportunity and greet our officials as led by the Secretary of the NCOP, as well as the officials that are accompanying the Minister to this important sitting we are having today. Honorable Delegate, I would also like to remind you that Rule 103 shall apply in this sitting today. And I've also been informed that there will be no notices of motions or motions without notice. I therefore call upon the Acting Chief Whip to read the motion on the order paper. We've got an Acting Chief Whip today, actually, Honorable Member, that the Council resolves that Rule 218, Sub-Rule 1, he will then take it from then to express what is it that we want to suspend today. Over to you, Honorable Acting Chief Whip.
Ya leboga modulasetulo. Tlhompho le tlotlo go batlotlegi botlhe ba bafano, Ministera wa rona, all colleagues. Good afternoon. I hereby move in my capacity as the Acting Chief Whip that the Council resolves that Rule 218.1, which provides inter alia that the consideration of a bill may not commence before at least 3 working days have lapsed since the committee's report was tabled. We move that it be suspended for the purposes of consideration of the Special Appropriation Bill B19 of 2024. We so move. Thank you, Honorable Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable Acting Chief Whip. Honorable members, we now proceed to the voting on the motion. I shall put the question, and the question is that the motion be agreed to. Before we proceed to voting, I shall now allow provinces an opportunity to make their declaration of vote in terms of rule number 86, if they so wish to do that. And please do that by show of hands. If there is any province that would like to make a declaration at this point in time. Is there any province? None. Honorable members, will now proceed to the voting. And I will now call upon the heads of delegates from various provinces to cast their vote, whether they vote in favor of the waiver or the suspension of the rule, or against or abstain. In that regard, I will now start with Nkosi Nonkonyane to cast the vote on behalf of Eastern Cape.
Chairperson, honorable members, good afternoon. The home of residents, the Eastern Cape province, supports the motion.
Thank you very much. We are now moving to the province of Free State. I'm now calling upon Honorable Dlamini to cast her vote. on behalf of the province of Free State.
Mohlomphehi modulasetulo motsamaisi wa dipuisano, Free State e dumellana ka ho otloloha.
Thank you very much. I'm now moving to the province of Gold, Gauteng. I'm now inviting Honorable Mananiso to cast the vote.
Thank you, Chairperson. Hoi hoi, support the motion.
Thank you very much. I'm now moving to the province of KwaZulu-Natal as led by Honorable Billy to cast the vote on behalf of the province.
Chairperson, on behalf of the province of KZN, I would like to abstain.
Thank you very much. I'm now moving to the province of Dipalapala, the province of Limpopo, as led by Honorable Mokwele.
Ke go dumedishe modulasetulo on behalf of the province of Africa Eden, province ya Masudi Nose, province ya bo dikgerekgere, not diparapara. Dikgerekgere. Re eme mo re go dumedishe gape le molekgotla phetiši wa matoto o na le rena ka mo ntlong ka modulasetulo MEC Mawai. Re mo legatong la province ya gešo ya Limpopo re a dumela, re a leboga.
Re a leboga Honorable Mokwele, ke godile ke tseba ba re melodi di phalafala di a lla pitšeng tše kgolo. I'm now moving to the province of the Rising Sun. We are represented by Honorable Ngumalo.
No, thank you very much, Chairperson. My greetings to you as Mpumalanga, the province of the Rising Sun. We are in favor of this motion. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Ngumalo. You are wearing two caps today, Honorable Mabilo. Oh, okay. That's now been sorted. He didn't whisper to me. I'm now inviting Northern Cape, which will be represented by Honorable Finis.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. Ons as in Noord-Kaap ondersteun die mosie. Baie dankie.
Thank you. I'm now moving to the province of Bokoni Bophirima, represented by Honorable Sithole.
Thank you, Honorable Chair, and good afternoon to your good self and the members of the Permanent Delegation House and the Minister of Social Development. As Bokoni Bophirima, I support.
Thank you very much, Honorable Sithole. The last province being the province of the Western Cape, Honorable Badenhorst.
Thank you, Chair. The Western Cape will abstain.
Thank you very much. Having had this vote, honorable members, 7 of our provinces has voted in favor and 2 of the provinces have abstained. And accordingly, the motion is being agreed to. Thank you very much. We will now proceed, honorable delegates, to the first order, which is the consideration of the report of Select Committee on Security and Justice. The oversight report to the Pollsmoor Correctional Center, which was undertaken from on the 11th of September 2024, which is dated the 9th of October 2024. I now take this opportunity and invite Honorable Mananiso, who is the chairperson of the Select Committee on Security and Justice, to come and present the report.
Thank you, Chairperson, and good afternoon, honorable members and our guests today inside the House and those who are joining us on the platform. We are actually considering this report as the Select Committee on Security and Justice. This report has been ATC on the 22nd November 2024, page 108. Oversight visit to the Pollsmoor Correctional Center on 11 September 2024, dated the 9 October 2024. The Select Committee on Security and Justice conducted an oversight visit to Pollsmoor Correctional Center in the Western Cape Province on the 11th September 2024. The committee visited Pollsmoor as part of its oversight function over the Department of Correctional Services. The committee chose to conduct a visit to Pollsmoor following a recent TikTok video. You would know it was all over, members, and we decided that we would need to swiftly respond to that issue. Where an inmate with a cell phone podcast and inmates have accessed to contraband within correctional centers. After the circulation of the TikTok video, the department conducted raids at the Goodwood and Sun City Correctional Center, which drew further attention to this matter. So as the committee, we then decided that we won't be doing stampede of oversight. Then we decided to go to Pollsmoor. Honorable Chairperson, it is with great pleasure to present the report that contains the committee's findings and recommendation to the council. Issues that we dealt with in our oversight were issues of overcrowding. The first challenge that we noticed as the committee was overcrowding. The issue of overcrowding was investigated in 2016 by the Judicial Inspectorate for Correctional Services, and interventions were meant to reduce it by 150%. The committee noted that a wider discussion with the GCPS cluster to find solution to reduce the remand detainees' length to time within the system would alleviate much of the overcrowding. Members, we noted that the remand detainees are involved in gangsterism and want to remain in the facility, and wanted to know what measures can be implemented to prevent this in the future. Because we have noted that not everybody who's in prison is there because of their law offenders activities, but by the fact that they feel safe in prison. Members noted that deterring the public from choosing to commit crime, whether through improving the values of society or making correctional centers an undesirable place, we should also explore with the relevant role players. This may have the outcome of reducing overcrowding in correctional services. Honorable members, the committee acknowledged the self-sufficiently programmed employed by Pollsmoor and commended the skills transferred to empower young persons. The committee queried the department mandate and whether the process to rehabilitation offenders guarantee an offender rehabilitation. Members queried that legal amendments were required to use inmates as a labor force to work and make bricks to build the prisons to reduce overcrowding. Because as the committee, we are gravely concerned that people are just seated there for 24/7 and just enjoying the meals. So we need to see them working to ensure that at least they build some other spaces to reduce this overcrowding. Honorable members, many inmates were in correctional centers because of poverty, gangsterism, and their inability to pay the bail amount. Members queried what assistance could be given to young offenders who have found themselves in this situation. Members noted that the committee could not assist the department if all the facts were not placed before the committee. A recent TikTok video showed an inmate stating that he was living in a hotel. The department provided the committee with a view that everything was running smoothly, but when the members visited C1, C2, and B3, as it was suggested by Honorable Kotza, we then decided that even if it was not on our program, let the member explore so that we unearth whatever that was hidden from us as the committee. Members observed that cells in B3 were empty because a roof leak that was unrepaired for 2 years, which led to flooding of cells. In all these cells, there were broken beds made of steel. When the facility runs a steelworks facility that could fix the beds or repair the vandalism mesh covering the windows. In C2, there is a cell that has bed but no mattresses. But in other cells, there are unused mattresses, meaning basic humanitarian needs were not being met. Members expressed concern that the Department of Public Works and Infrastructure appeared unable to meet the current demand of correctional centers. Members noted that challenges posed by Department of Public Works must be considered by the committee, of which we are anticipating that next year we would be meeting with Department of Public Works to ensure that we find solution in all our centers that we are dealing with. We then raised issues of vacant position, of which we said that the department must prioritize them. We raised issues of contraband, fraud, and corruption, of which we said that there should be intervention. We raised issues of cultural practices, that those who are within the prison, they need as well to be allowed to practice these cultural practices. As you would know, in our committee, we do have a traditional leader who actually had issues on this, that maybe some of these inmates, they going in and out the prison on the basis that they are not being given that cultural liberty of doing their cultural duties. The committee further recommended that the departments need to work with other relevant role players to ensure that we keep this crowding, because we do believe that issues of crime are a societal responsibility. The committee recommended that Justice Crime Prevention Security Cluster should meet urgently to address the improvement of processing remand detainees with a view to reducing overcrowding within the Pollsmoor Correctional Center. In addition, this meeting should resolve to release more funds within the cluster to roll out additional audiovisuals facilities in all correctional centers, because we have noted that at least with these audiovisuals facilities, you are able to conduct services even if you don't take those prisoners from other areas to other places. That will then assist the department to reduce the costing. The committee recommended that the DCS engages with the municipality and other key role players to assist with the repair work of correctional centers, specifically regarding the continuous flooding of cells in certain areas due to broken water pipes. The committee called on the Department of Public Works and Infrastructure to repair all the damages infrastructure at the center. And on this one as well, Honorable Chairperson, we have employed the department to actually use the inmates to ensure that they do all this maintenance and repair. We have further went to then advise them that they must work with all the sitters to ensure that they impart skills transferred to these inmates so that they are able to do some of the maintenance within the prison rather than using the budget of the department to actually do these other services. Honorable Chairperson, the committee called for an increase in rates that should be rolled out in all the correctional centers. Further, that appropriate measures for the control of contraband should be enforced at all correctional centers, and that disciplinary measures and consequence management should be instituted against corrupt official. The committee requested that a full report from the department on action being taken to address the issue, with timeframes to be sent to the committee within 14 days of the adoption of this report by the council, of which we would be awaiting, and we have written a letter to the department that when they need to adhere to our 15 days of working days. The committee requested the correctional center management to fill all vacancies, especially psychosocial and dental posts that have a direct bearing on the health and care of inmates. The department should furnish the committee with a report on the action taken to fill this post within 14 days of the adoption of this report. Honorable Chairperson, I must tell you that in that facility, on a positive note, the committee noted the good work that inmates do at Pollsmoor Correctional Center, which includes beautiful and quality woodwork, steel products and textiles, and the special facilities for mothers and babies. And we have said to them, we would need to see the same safe space and environment in all the inmates' rooms, because what we saw in the mothers and babies' room, it's something that one would admire because it brings human rights to life. Honorable House Chairperson, I would like to thank the members of the committee who took part in this oversight and made inputs for us to be able to produce this report for the council to consider it. Members and South African, please note, if you would want to access this particular report, it is 80 seat and you can find it in the website of the Parliament, where you would be able to explore in terms of what we have experienced as members of Parliament, so that you can quantify our work as members of the Select Committee in terms of making sure that we create safe spaces regardless of the boundaries or regardless of where we find ourselves, more especially in spaces of correctional services. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Mananiso, for tabling quite eloquently the report on behalf of the committee. Honorable members, earlier on, I've indicated that we do have guests, special guests today in our gallery, and I see they are here, although they are seated in a quite an awkward position where members will have to strain their necks so that they can see them. Today, we are graced by the presence, honorable members, of Mrs. Heather Ryder, and as well as their son, James Ryder, the son's friend, Dagon Spencer. If we may request them to wave their hands so that members can appreciate their presence. We thank you so much for being part of this business of the NCOP today. Feel free, you are welcome to listen to the members as they deliberate on issues that affect you on daily basis. Thank you very much. Having said that, once again, thank you, Honorable Mananiso. I now put the question. The question is that the report be adopted. Before we proceed to the voting, I shall allow provinces an opportunity to make their declaration of vote in terms of Rule 86. Is there any province that would like to make a declaration at this point in time? Honorable Badenhorst.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, the Select Committee on Security and Justice conducted an oversight inspection at the Pollsmoor Correctional Facility on September the 11th, 2024. While we were welcomed by the Executive Authority for Correctional Services, both the Minister and his Deputy, the Minister could not stay for the duration of the session. This is crucial as the Ministry should at all times take responsibility and accountability for the respective departments. The DA raised critical matters that are of concern with the following key issues identified at this specific facility and the correctional services in general. Acting positions in the Pollsmoor management area. There's a very high vacancy rate and many positions cannot be filled due to a moratorium on filling of positions as per cost containment measures, as well as natural attrition such as retirements, resignations and dismissals. What is of grave concern is that the most senior officials are on acting capacity such as the Regional Commissioner, Deputy Commissioner and Area Commissioner amongst others. This represents a level of instability in the administrative function of the department. Overcrowding. The committee found that the cells were overcrowded, specifically awaiting trial inmates. This poses a serious security and health hazard for both the officials and the prisoners. At the oversight inspection, the prison management had barred the committee to see certain facilities. It was only at the insistence of the DA representative, that the true view of the conditions of the cells was uncovered. Overcrowding is a big problem, Honourable Chair. Notably, Pollsmoor Prison's medium B section, designated for male inmates, are overcrowded by 200%. In fact, as of June 2022, Western Cape Correctional Facilities housed some 26,633 inmates, exceeding their capacity by 49.51%. Poor infrastructure. The committee has also observed the poor state of the Pollsmoor Correctional Facility. This included leaking roofs causing water to seep into cells, ceilings that are peeling off, and sections with no electricity and unmaintained cells. The committee resolved that an urgent intervention is needed and the meeting between the entire justice, crime prevention and security cluster is needed. While the challenges are not insurmountable, an urgent intervention is needed to address key challenges that the Department of Correctional Services is facing. Chairperson, however, the Western Cape will support the report as tabled. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Badenhorst. I almost said you are yet again tabling the second report of the committee. Having said that, we shall now proceed to the voting on the question. Honorable Ngosiame, you are raising on which order?
No, Chair, the ANC declaration on the.
Okay, I didn't note your hand. Yes, that's fine. Then maybe I may have missed you when you raised it. You may proceed.
My apology, Chair. On 5th December 2024, the nation and the world commemorated the 11th anniversary of the passing on of our dear President Nelson Mandela. Familiar with the old apartheid prison system, he once said, I quote, "It is said that no one truly knows a nation until one has been inside its jails. A nation should not be judged by how it treats its highest citizens, but its lowest ones. close quote. On the 11th of September 2024, the Select Committee conducted an oversight visit to the Pollsmoor Correctional Center in the Western Cape Province. The committee got an opportunity to tour the facility, interface with the work of the department, to understand the challenges it faces and consider issues like corruption, contraband, staffing, and overcrowding. We acknowledged the self-sufficiency and sustainability program employed by the Pollsmoor and commend the skills transfer to empower young persons. We encourage the department to continue rolling out rehabilitation and social integration programs, as these give ex-offenders a second chance in life. We are deeply concerned, however, about the high levels of crime in the country, which are caused by various factors. After arrests have been made, prosecution and trials concluded, the Department of Correctional Services then becomes the recipient of those offenders. Essentially, this means the higher the crime rates become, the higher the overcrowding rates also become. Combating crime requires collaboration by all of us. Remand detainees make up 74% of the inmate population in Pollsmoor Center, and 26.3% of the population being sentenced offenders. The center sits with 145.75% overcrowding rate. This is gravely concerning. It is critical, Chair, that the wider JPCS cluster engage and find solution to challenge of lengthy periods that remand detainees spend within the system. Solution to these problems will alleviate overcrowding. DCS should engage the municipality and other key role players to assist with the repair work of the correctional center, especially regarding the continuous flooding of cells in certain areas due to broken water pipes. The Department of Public Works and Infrastructure should repair all the damaged infrastructure at the center. The unused cells in the center exacerbate the challenge of overcrowding. More raids should be rolled out, and appropriate measures for control of contraband should be enforced. Disciplinary measures and consequence management must be instituted against corrupt officials. The African National Congress supports the report. Thank you, Chair.
Thanks to the province of the Eastern Cape for the declaration. We are now proceeding to the voting on the question. I now call upon the provinces to cast their votes. When called upon, please, I would request that the heads of delegation indicate whether they are voting in favor or against, or they are abstaining. In that regard, I would start with the province of Western Cape, Honorable Badenhorst.
We will support. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Badenhorst. I'm moving to Northwest.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. As Northwest, we support.
Thank you very much. We are now moving to Northern Cape.
Thank you, Chair. With the Northern Cape supports.
Thank you very much. We are now moving to Mpumalanga.
Thank you very much, Chair. As Mpumalanga, we support.
Thank you very much. We are now moving to Limpopo.
Thanks, Chairperson. On behalf of the province of Lodichenchiche, we are supporting.
Thank you very much. We are now moving to KwaZulu-Natal.
Chairperson, on behalf of the province of KwaZulu-Natal, we support the report.
Thank you very much. We are now moving to Gauteng.
Thank you, Chair. We support the report.
Thank you very much. Free State.
Honorable Chair, we support.
Thank you, Free State. Lastly, Eastern Cape.
Chairperson, honorable members, the Eastern Cape supports the report.
Thank you very much, honorable member. On this question, all provinces voted unanimously in favor. We thank you so much. I thought somebody was calling me. Honorable delegates, before we proceed to voting on schedule to the special appropriation bill and the special appropriation bill. I wish to remind you of the following. Delegates who wish to make a declaration of votes must use the raise of hand functionality on the virtual platform, and delegates in the chamber should accordingly raise their hands. Once recognized, delegates should state their names or the name of the party and proceed with the declaration of vote. Where there is no call for a division, a vote shall be carried and we shall proceed to the next vote. Where a party wishes to object to a vote, that objection shall be noted and there will be no need for a division. A delegate wishing to call for division must draw to the attention of the chair to that fact in terms of Rule 80 sub Rule 3. A call for division must be supported by at least 4 delegates. In accordance with Rule 81, when a division has been called, delegates who are outside the virtual platforms and outside the chamber will be given, in respect of the first vote, 3 minutes to join the House and 15 seconds in respect of the votes thereof. No delegates shall be allowed to access the House whilst voting is in progress. Once the question is put, delegates on the virtual platform who wish to cast their votes must do so by using the raise of hand button. Delegates in the chamber should accordingly raise their hands. Delegates must keep their hands up until voting is concluded. Procedural staff shall tally the votes. The host of the virtual platform shall lower all hands on the virtual platform after every vote. In the event the division and for the purposes of accurate minutes of the House, delegates in the chamber are requested to state their full names when voting during the division. This only will be applicable to the first division. If a delegate is disconnected from the virtual platform whilst voting takes place, the vote of the delegate shall be ascertained and the records be amended as such. Honorable Delegate, we now proceed to the second order, which is the consideration of votes and schedule on the special appropriation bill, which is a Section 77 bill. I now put vote 1, which is the presidency, before the House. I have been informed that the following parties would like to make declaration of vote in terms of Rule 78, affording an opportunity to Honorable Makesini from EFF.
Thank you, Chairperson. The Economic Freedom Fighters support the Special Appropriation Bill, which seeks to allocate additional 17.3 million to the Presidency for the International Court and justice-related costs. We support this bill as it seeks to strengthen the capacity of the Presidency to fulfill its critical mandate to fight against the genocide, racist apartheid state of Israel that is engaged in genocide in Gaza and the West Bank, and the killing of Rafat and in Palestine, including the children, women, and elderly. The President serves as the cornerstone of a strategic leadership, facilitating the alignment of the government program and the struggle of the people of Palestine. We have a right of self-determination, a right of defend their land, and we owe it to the humanity to stand up to fight with them. This bill is an additional fund. This bill and additional fund provided is therefore necessary so that as to enhance the integrity of the state, enabling effective planning, coordination, and oversight of the operation. The Economic Freedom Fighter recognized that the administrative system within the President is vital to achieving this goal for social justice. The proposed provision will therefore empower the Presidency to lead decisively mobilize resources to provide support to the department that tasked with advancing the interests of the people of Palestine. We therefore support this bill, Chairperson.
Thank you very much, Honorable Makesini. We are now inviting ANC to make a declaration in the name of Honorable Mananiso.
Thank you, House Chairperson. The consideration of the special appropriation bill votes before this House respond to critical commitments of the national government. Firstly, to advance our national interest framework and its advancement in a global environment, underscore that our national interest is also shaped through solidarity and mutual interest with the region, continent, and the South, including through the Bandung principles, the land-aligned movement, the Group of 77, and China and the UN. The national interest, in turn, shapes the key principles of South African foreign policy. Our position as government to take the Israel government to the International Court of Justice is consistent with the values and principles of the South African Constitution and our international obligations. The presidency has an important role to play in leading the country to the ICJ case, which should have a lasting implication in resolving the conflict between Israel and Palestine. The African National Congress has ingrained solidarity, a commitment to humanity to create a just and equitable society. We are cognizant of the domestic and international threats that are posed by the action we have taken. Despite the threats and risk, advancing a matter of international interest speaks to our continued solidarity with the oppressed people. The financial allocation in this bill are direct investment in this principle. 17.3 million is allocated to the presidency to ensure adequate logistical and professional support for this vital initiative. These resources are essential to ensuring that our participation in the ICJ is impactful and meaningful. We thank the legal team of South Africa, which made initial submission, which have demonstrated to all and sundry that there is a genocide has been committed by the Israel government and the international community. And multilateral bodies should take appropriate action to bring an end to this genocide. We want to say free, free Palestine from the river to the sea. The ANC supports the bill. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Mananiso. Honorable Delegate, the vote is agreed to. However, we have noted objections from the MK Party and as well as from the Freedom Front Plus. I'm now putting vote 6, which is international relations and cooperation, before the House. I have accordingly been informed that the following parties would like to make a declaration of vote in terms of Section 78. The party in the name of EFF, which will be represented by Honorable Siwisa. Over to you.
Thank you, Chairperson. Chairperson, let me again first greet the Commander-in-Chief, Julius Sello Malema, the only president that stood in the National Assembly to rise on a motion to close down the Israel Embassy in South Africa, a motion that was adopted by the National Assembly, Gary Thobela Mushabi. Chairperson, that action led to a case being opened against Israel for the genocide in Gaza against Palestinians, where many Palestinians have lost their lives in the hands of Israel soldiers. As the EFF, we once again commend the government of South Africa for taking up the struggle, particularly the former Minister of International Relations, Naledi Pandor, who fought timelessly. As today, we support the additional 40 million rands, which is going to be allocated to the Department of International Relations and Cooperation for the department's legal proceedings against Israel in the International Courts of Justice. The EFF supports the special appropriation bill. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable Siwisa. I'm now inviting the African National Congress, which will be represented by Honorable Noe.
Thank you, Chairperson. On behalf of the African National Congress, we rise in unwavering support of this special appropriation bill. This allocation reflects our deep commitment to the values of justice, solidarity, and human dignity that South Africa upholds. The 40 million designated to enhance our diplomatic engagements, along with the 38.2 million allocated to support our critical role at the International Court of Justice regarding Palestine, highlights our steadfast dedication to human rights and the rule of law on the global stage. These funds are not just an investment in diplomacy, but a reaffirmation of South Africa's moral leadership inspired by our own history of struggle and liberation. By supporting this special appropriation, we reaffirm our commitment to being champions of justice and peace. We call upon all members to unite in endorsing this crucial step towards a stronger Africa and a more just world for all. I thank you.
Well, thank you so much, Honorable Noah. Honorable delegates, the vote is being agreed to, of course, with an exception of 2 objections, which we have accordingly noted from MK Party as well as Freedom Front Plus. Thank you very much. We're now moving to vote 25 on justice and constitutional development. I have been informed that the following parties would like to make a declaration of vote in terms of Rule 78. I will start off once again with EFF, which is represented by Honorable Gerike.
Good afternoon, Chairperson. Good afternoon, colleagues. The EFF supports the
Honorable
special
Gerike, just a second. Can I request that you switch on your video as well?
Just a moment here, I'll do that.
Can you please try very hard to locate that? Okay. Are you winning, Honorable Gerike?
Yes, I am winning, Chair.
Okay, please switch on and proceed.
You allow Honorable Badanos to influence you, but it's fine. I will forgive you this time. Chair, the EFF supports the special appropriation bill, which seeks to allocate additional.
Honorable Gerike.
Yes.
Honorable Gerike, if you can order, honorable members, order. Can you please try and position your face not too close to your camera, a bit further than you, and just position yourself because we only see the roof. Your ceiling, yeah.
Okay, Chair, sorry.
Thank you
I'll do that
very
now.
much.
Yeah, okay. All right, can we do this? Can you see me now?
So you can proceed.
Okay, the EFF supports the special appropriation bill, which
Chairperson.
additional 38.2 million to the Department of.
Honorable Gerike, there's an order. On which rule are you raising, honorable member? Can you please hold on, Honorable Gerike? Yes, Honorable
Chairperson, I
Delegate.
just like to request you that you just permit Honorable Gerike to switch off his video, as we can see he's experiencing challenges.
Honorable Gerike, can you please proceed? We can see you clearly and we can hear you clearly. If there are challenges, I will indicate. As I've indicated, just try and locate your video, your camera a bit further than where your face, and just position yourself properly.
Okay, Chair, it's
Thank you.
fine.
Proceed.
Again, the EFF supports the special appropriation bill, which seeks to allocate 38.2 million rand to the Department of Justice and Constitutional Development for the department's sub-program expenditure relating to proceedings against Israel in the International Court of Justice. This done in line with Section 2132 of the Constitution, which provides that money may be withdrawn from the National Revenue Funds only in terms of an appropriation by an Act of Parliament, the 2022 Special Appropriations Bill, which recommends that additional funds be appropriated in the 24-25 financial year for the state's requirement and to provide for matters related to the country's national government budgetary requirements. As the EFF, we remain committed to the vision of capable states that prioritize accountability and the well-being of its people. And we will fight to realize this, not only here, but everywhere, at the ICJ, here in Parliament, and in the streets. We will not be intimidated. We fought evil apartheid, and we owe it to our forefathers to continue the fight, to fight the evils of racism, war crimes, and apartheid everywhere in the world. We maintain as the EFF that this 7th Parliament must reaffirm the motion moved by the EFF in the 6th Parliament to demand the closure of all Israeli embassies and cut all diplomatic ties. We support this bill. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable Gerike. We're now moving to MK Party, which is represented by Honorable Zulu. Over to you.
Thank you very much, Chairperson of the Council. And
Honorable Zulu, can you try speak closer to your mic, please? Yes.
I am closer, Chair.
Yes.
Thank you very much, Chairperson of the Council and the honorable members. Though the bill appears as if it provides additional funding for the presidency for international court justice-related costs, international relations and cooperation, for the department's legal proceedings against Israel, the bill lacks to appreciate and intervene the urgent domestically needs caused by the budget cuts of almost 5 billion over the next 3 years. This is against economic factors projecting expenditure increases, trends, and other related matters on some priority issues like putting much needed resources on gender-based violence and femicide, and building capacity in the Office of the Legal Services, Ombudsman and Legal Aid South Africa's Land Rights Management Unit, including land reform and rural development to Legal Aid South Africa. The bill does not give hope to the vulnerable and marginalized citizens, requiring much protection from the state. The programs aimed at addressing gender-based violence and femicide, including attainment of fully operational Tutuzela centers, remain a pie in the sky for our people. On the stated and unstated grounds, due to time constraints. Therefore, as MKP, we cannot support a bill that does not address the critical issues identified. Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson.
Thank you very much. We are now moving to the African National Congress, which will be represented by Nkosi Nonkonyan.
Chairperson and honorable members, the African National Congress rises in support of the Special Appropriation Bill. The additional allocation of 38.2 million is appropriated to the vote of the Justice and Constitutional Development to defray expenditure in the Constitutional Development Sub-Program associated with the proceedings against Israel in the International Court of Justice. To quote President Mandela Adalbung, quote, "We know too well that our freedom is incomplete without the freedom of the Palestinians," close quote. The landmark case was in defense of the inalienable rights of the Palestinian people to be protected from genocide. The watershed moment was for people of Palestine, for justice, for peace, and for international law. South Africa's application to the International Court of Justice is in line with our position of creating a better Africa and a better world. It is in line with what we hold as paramount and scapulated in the founding principles of our Constitution: respect for human rights, justice, and equality. On 29th December 2023, South Africa filed in the registry of the court an application instituting proceedings against Israel concerning alleged violations in the Gaza Strip of the Convention of the Prevention and Punishment of the Crime of Genocide. The application contained a request for the indication of provisional measures whereby South Africa, I quote, requested the court, as a matter of extreme urgency, pending the court's determination of the case on the merits, to indicate provisional measures in relation to the Palestinian people as a group protected by the Genocide Convention, close quote. ICJ concluded that Israel, quote, abuse of its status as the occupying power, close quote, renders its, close open quote, presence in the occupied Palestinian territory unlawful, close quote. The court emphasized that Israel is under an obligation to bring to an end its unlawful presence in the occupied Palestinian territory as rapidly as possible, cease all new settlement activities, evacuate settlers, and make reparations for damages caused. It is also worth mentioning, Chair, that Asset Forfeiture Unit has obtained freezing orders worth 125 million in corruption-related matters and recovering 340 million rands. The ANC supports the bill.
Thank you very much, Nkosiam. The vote is agreed to. The objection of the MKP party as well as the EFF Plus party are noted. We are now proceeding to vote 40 on transport. Order, honorable members. I have been informed that the following parties would like to make a declaration of votes in terms of section Rule 78. The first party in the name of EFF shall be represented by Honorable Makesini.
Thank you, Chairperson. Ngicela Protect next door. The Economic Freedom Fighters fully support a special appropriation bill which seeks to allocate additional funds to the Department of Transport so as to enhance the provision of an integrated, sustainable, and reliable transport system for all South Africans. This bill is necessary to strengthen the capacity of the Department of Transport to oversee the road public entities effectively, regulate road transport, and ensure safer roads across the country. This is a step towards building a transport system that serves the people and drives the economic freedom for all. We welcome the proposed provision, which will empower the Department of Transport to coordinate effectively, mobilize resources, and support provincial and local authorities in the development of maintenance of the road infrastructure. We therefore support the special appropriation of its additional 5 million allocated to South African National Road Agency. However, we must emphasize that Gauteng Freeway Improvement Project was poorly conceptualized, corrupt, and no one has been held accountable for mismanagement of the public funds. We therefore support the bill.
Thank you very much. We are now moving to Honorable Nzimande.
No, thank you, Chair. We as the MK party, we object on this bill, for it does not appreciate intervention, its role of the state in the developmental agenda. The revolutionary and radical integrated transport network informed by the need to address South African apartheid era spatial segregation, which has disproportionately affected Black and African, cannot be attained by reducing the role of government to that of a regulator and an overseer. A developmental state requires an interventionist government. With this bill, our considered view is that the dream of the citizens shall remain a dream deferred, for it cannot lead to the realization of economic growth connecting the rural, semi-rural communities, reducing commuting journey times to where our people access economic opportunities. Furthermore, notwithstanding the rationale role of the state as a regulator and overseer in allocating the 5 billion through the special appropriation bill, the intent is to circle the debt, including e-tolling, and not to address the backlog on the NDP goals. A noticeable vacuum between the 2019 to 2024 MTDP and current 2024 to 2029 MTDP, which is still at a draft stage, will have influenced a developmental reappropriation of this 5 billion, like safeguarding of resources instead of bailing out a failed and poorly managed GFIP project. Having stated the above, MKP object violently this bill.
Are you done, Honorable Nzimande? Because we could hardly hear anything that's been said today. I'm now proceeding to order, honorable members. I'm now proceeding to Honorable Skier Kochel, representing DA.
Honorable Chairperson, the Democratic Alliance welcome the fact that we are finally moving towards a resolution of the e-tolls issue, though we do not believe that the solution is the best one. But we must make it very clear, government cannot congratulate itself for resolving a self-inflicted problem. Ultimately, the people of Gauteng ended up paying for e-toll projects in service forgone, an inelegant solution made even more distasteful by the way e-tolls were first forced upon us. Let this be a lesson to this and the future government that public participation is vital and an integral part of our democracy as enshrined in our constitution. Government doesn't always know best. The alternative solutions proposed by residents, civil societies and other interest groups and by then opposition politicians would have brought far better results for service delivery if the government listened. Public participation is important, but meaningful public participation make for good legislation that has the buy-in of the people who we serve. This is what makes for successful government. We support this appropriation as the next steps towards ending the e-toll nightmare imposed on the people of Gauteng by an uncaring government. The government of national unity was established because the people yearned for it, and yet the election outcome of 29 May. Now let's learn from it and be a caring government. I thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Skier Kochel. We are now moving to the ANC, which will be represented by Honorable Mulukumme.
Thank you, Chairperson. The ANC support the special appropriation bill. Like in many other sectors, the budget in the transport sector remains an instrument for the transformation of the lives of our people, especially the working class and the poor. Parliament in the form of the NA and NCOP must play its oversight role over budget and the special appropriation. The Select Committee focuses more specifically on the spending to achieve key performance areas that positively impact the provinces and service delivery at local government level. We expect the impactful and qualitative spending from this level of government. The special appropriation bill has positive implications for the provinces and local government, especially in the transport sector. A proposed amount of 948 million is added to the province conditional grants to fund the reconstruction and rehabilitation of the provincial infrastructure damages by the flood and storms that occurred in the Western Cape between December 2023 and July 2024. This enables the refurbishing of the road infrastructure and must be welcomed as the province is a major tourism destination. The reprioritization from the public transport network grant for the proposed amount of 3 million to the taxi relief fund is to be welcomed as the taxi industry plays a critical role in the transportation of working class and the poor communities. The fund was introduced in a once-off relief measurements during the height of the COVID-19 pandemic, but since then it has been extended and is now part of the department's effort to formalize the taxi industry. It is important that the department develop a plan for the formalization of taxi industry. It is also critical that we agree that COSATU, that the grant must be contingent on the industry complying with the labor, tax, road safety, and other laws of the Republic. Furthermore, Chair, the 5 million to settle e-toll debts in Gauteng must be welcomed as it brings relief to motorists in Gauteng and finally resolve this matter. It is much to be credited to of the Gauteng province government that it has taken a decisive decision to repay the e-toll funding to the National Revenue Fund. The Special Appropriation Bill positively supports the program of the government in the transport sector as achieving an efficient transport sector is a critical driver to ensure infrastructure development. We support, Chair.
Thank you very much. Honorable members, the vote is being agreed to, with an exception, of course, of the MK party, which has objected to it, and we have accordingly noted the objection. We are now putting a schedule before the House. The objections in this regard that we have received is from the party, MK party, as well as the Freedom Front party, which of course we are noting, unless there is anyone who wants to make any objection at this point in time. If there isn't, honorable members, the schedule is agreed to. Honorable delegates, we are now proceeding to the third order of the day, which is the consideration of Special Appropriation Bill, Section 77, as well as the report of Select Committee on Appropriations thereon. I now call upon the Honorable Chairperson of the Select Committee on Appropriations to present the committee report. Honorable Lehwase, over to you.
Modula Stilo Wantlo, ke go tlhomphile. Honorable Minister and Honorable MECs on both platforms, permanent and special delegates present here today, fellow South Africans, ke a le dumedisa. Honorable Chairperson, it is a privilege to table before the House the report on the Special Appropriations Bill on behalf of the Select Committee on Appropriations today. And it is also important to indicate that the report was adopted with a rejection from the MKP being noted. The bill was tabled by the Minister of Finance on the 30th of October 2024 during the tabling of the 2024 MTBPS and was referred to the National Council of Provinces after it was passed in the National Assembly. In accordance with Section 72 of the Constitution of the Republic of South Africa, emails were sent directly to all stakeholders, inviting them to comment on the bill. Of note is that the bill had not been included in the newspaper advertisements calling for the public comments on other pieces of legislation tabled as part of the MTBPS, as until the tabling on the 30th of October 2024. There had been no indication that there would be a special appropriations. Honorable Deputy Chairperson, in addition to receiving a briefing from the National Treasury on the contents of the bill and consulting with the FFC and the PBO, the committee received written submissions from COSATU, OTA, and OTA. Then COSATU also made an oral submission during a public hearing on the 6th of December 2024. The Minister of Finance should approve and gazette the bill, and the National Treasury, together with the Department of Transport, should ensure that the allocation earmarked for Gauteng Freeway Improvement Project debt redemption is used effectively and efficiently to their intent purpose. And if there are any conditions for the allocation of the as suggested by OTA, the National Treasury should follow the due and proper process to publish those conditions to promote budget transparency as enshrined in the Constitution. The committee further recommended that the National Treasury should ensure that any future infrastructure projects implemented by government departments are properly planned with a proper evaluation exercise and undergo rigorous social and economic feasibility studies and the necessary due diligence and scrutiny to avoid similar challenges as in previous terms. The committee reiterates its previous recommendations as made in the 6th Parliament that it does not encourage the introduction of special appropriations bills unless absolutely necessary, and there are exceptional circumstances that dictate to this. As this may signal budgeting challenges, when such bills are introduced, it is important and it needs to be done timelessly so that Parliament has sufficient time to satisfy itself, engage with the public meaningfully, and process them accordingly to ensure full compliance of the legislation. In conclusions, Honorable Deputy Chairperson, I wish to thank all members of the committee, the stakeholders that came before the committee made submissions, members of the media, the public, as well as the committee staff for making sure that we go through this process. Therefore, the committee recommends to the House that the bill be adopted without any amendments. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Kwase. Before we proceed to the voting, I shall allow political parties an opportunity to make the declarations of votes in terms of Rule 78, if they so wish. I saw the end of the Honorable Member from Mpumalanga. You have 3 minutes.
No, thank you very much, Deputy Chair, and my humble greetings to all the honorable members in the House. Chairperson, on behalf of the African National Congress, we support the bill. The Special Appropriation Bill is affected to appropriate additional funds from the national revenue to respond to urgent matters of unforeseen spending demand which has not been allocated funds for the annual appropriation. The withdrawal of the toll declaration of the Gauteng Freeway Improvement Project, popular known as e-toll, and the finalization of its financing agreement in line with the Memorandum of Understanding between the National Treasury and the Gauteng government will provide significant relief for the Gauteng province and also Gauteng motorists. The bill makes further allocation to support the national government and the Gauteng province taking over for the 47 billion of the South African National Road Agents, which is central outstanding liabilities, which will enable the entity to evade the risk posed by the non-collection of revenue in the existence of the liability. This allocation resolves the debt burden of the e-toll system. The bill allocates 5 billion for the debt redemption. The toll cost for that resident and businesses of Gauteng incur has ended, placing more money in their hands and thus lowering the cost of living. Chairperson, the implication of the bill extend far beyond the Palestine. It reflects South Africa's broader vision of a just and a peaceful world. Our destiny is deeply connected to the global community, and our effort to advocate for justice contribute to the more stable and equitable world. In addition to the 17.3 million allocated for the presidency 40 million is allocated to the Department of International Relations and Cooperation to enhance South Africa's diplomatic engagement in advocating for Palestine rights. 38.2 million is allocated to the Department of Justice and Constitutional Development, strengthening the legal framework supporting our case in the ICJ. Our commitment to responding to matters of solidarity is not questionable. Our commitment to the people of Gauteng is evident in the bill as to resolve the e-toll debt burden and further call for the improved of public-private partnership project. As the ANC, we support the report. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member Nzimande. Now we move on to the next declaration from the Honorable Ryder.
Thank you very much, Deputy Chairperson. Honourable members, there are two key drivers behind the special appropriation bill that has been tabled for our approval. On the one hand, there's the special appropriation to deal with the e-tolls problems, and Honourable Skia Kwirgel already dealt with that earlier. On the other hand, this bill appropriates money to cover the expenditure that South Africa has incurred on the case that we brought to the International Court of Justice against Israel. Honourable members, we cannot lose sight of the fact that this money has already been spent, and the appropriation is merely shifting funds to ensure that South Africa meets its financial obligations in this regard. As a party of the rule of law, the Democratic Alliance must support the fulfillment of our financial obligations. However, the act of actually making a payment always causes one to pause and consider the gravity of our decisions, and to consider what has been sacrificed to enable the payments that are about to be made. The issues, honourable members of the Middle East, are deep, complex, and emotional. We will not solve that debate here today. There is an argument that the court case gives a platform for presentation of the facts and should be welcomed as an opportunity to narrate the full story for fair consideration. Whether the bringing of the case cements our position as a truly non-aligned nation or harms it depends on your perspective. Now, many will say this is a just cause, but there are many just causes. And also 95 million would have gone a long way to keep teachers in their jobs or to feed our children here at home in South Africa who are literally dying of hunger. And surely the ANC can be labelled as hypocrites for not dealing with other alleged human rights violations elsewhere with the same seriousness. Regardless of your thoughts on the value of the case, the deeper question must be whether South Africa can afford such an action and what needs to be sacrificed in order to pay for it. Honourable members, our role in the international community, while important, should not trump our commitments at home. Be it the ICJ case or the deployment of SANDF troops outside of our borders, every single commitment of funds must be weighted in terms of the needs of South Africans who are struggling to put food on the table. But the purpose of the bill is that we have to pay our debt, incurred by the ANC government in the sixth administration, and we must do so in order to take our country forward. The Democratic Alliance, therefore, reluctantly supports the bill. Thank you, Deputy Chair.
Thank you, Honourable Ryder. Now, on the virtual platform, we have the Honourable Van den Berg of the EFF Plus.
Honorable Deputy Chair, my hand was up. I think you missed it when you looked the other side.
I note your hand, thank you. Honourable Van den Berg.
Thank you, Chair. Honourable Chairman, on behalf of the Freedom Front Plus, on 5 December, the parliamentary press release stated that the Special Appropriations Bill proposed additional funding to the combined amount of 95.5 million rand towards the International Court of Justice. 95.5 million rand is the average tax income derived from 2,250 households. Chairman, in a country where our president himself promotes the vision of a construction site wherever the eye can see, the Freedom Front Plus can simply not understand how it is possible that we can entitle ourselves on having the superior vision to take the splinter from another country's eye while we are sitting with yet another unbuilt infrastructure project, joblessness, and terrible growth outlook in our economy. South Africa is a diverse nation in great need of foreign investment, and we have said many times over that we can find value in staying neutral on the political world stage. Yet, we cannot pass by a single opportunity to choose the side and play the role of international advocate. Why is this, Honorable Chairman? When it comes to the South African budget, a beautiful picture is painted yearly with jobs and construction sites for all. But as soon as the election dust settles, the little bit of capital left in the overloaded labor wage pot is removed, leaving the poor voter with nothing more than a boiling pot full of empty promises. We cannot support this part of the bill. I thank you.
Honorable delegates, I'm now moving to Honorable Siwisa.
Thank you again, Honorable Chairperson. Chairperson, the Economic Freedom Fighter supports the Special Appropriation Bill, taking into consideration the case that has been opened in the International Court of Justice, which is related to the genocide that is being affected on Palestinians. The Special Appropriation Bill proposes the allocation of additional funding to the Presidency, 7.3 million for the International Court of Justice related costs. Also proposed additional funding to the Department of International Relations and cooperation at the amount of 40 million for the department's legal proceedings against Israel in International Court of Justice, 38.2 million for the Department of Justice and Constitutional Development for the department's sub-program expenditure relating to the proceedings against Israel in the International Court of Justice, and additional 5.02 million to the Department of Transport, which will be allocated to Gauteng Province for their South African National Roads Agency to settle its maturing debt. We support the bill as we support the fight against genocidal, racist apartheid state of Israel. Therefore, we must continue to fight and use all available avenues, including the International Court of Justice, to stand with the people of Palestine. There is no amount of money that should prevent us from doing everything humanly possible to ensure that the perpetrators of this genocide and war crimes against people of Palestine are arrested and brought to book. The EFF supports the whole special appropriation bill. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you very much, Honorable Siwisa. Honorable members, I see most of you are in the House. And as such, I want to allow those that are outside at least 15 seconds to make their way in. And as such, those that are in virtual platform as well, please be tuned in. We are about to vote. If there's any member who's outside, please, let's just make sure that we alert them that they must make their way back into the House. We now proceed to the voting on the question, and the question is that the bill be agreed to. I'm now inviting all those delegates who are voting in favor, both on the virtual platform and also in the chamber, to please raise their hands. Front table, can you count? Keep your hands raised until counting is completed, honourable members. Thank you. I hope we've also taken note of those on a virtual platform, isn't it? Thank you very much. You may lower your hands, honorable members. Thank you so much. I'm now inviting all those members who are voting against to raise their hands, both in the chamber and on the virtual platform. Unfortunately, we'll count you once, even if you raise your feet as well. Honorable Majuba, I hope you are not voting. You just, can you please mute yourself? Please keep your hands raised. Honorable Majuba, please mute yourself. You've already cast your vote. You may lower your hands. Thank you very much. Can we have those that chose to abstain? There is none. Thank you very much. Accordingly, the counting is completed. Honorable members, the voting is as such on a special appropriation bill. Those who voted in favor, they are 46. Those who have voted against, they are 6. And there's none abstainers. And accordingly, in terms of 75 of the Constitution, the bill is agreed to. Thank you very much. We are now proceeding to the fourth order of the day, which is the consideration of National Council of Provinces Three-Sphere Planning Session Report, which was held on the 27th as well as the 28th of August 2024, which will be tabled as such today. And now call upon Honorable Governor, the Deputy Chairperson of the National Council of Provinces, to present the report.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson of the NCOP. I greet the Acting Chief Whip, Honorable Mabilo, the House Chairpersons, Honorable Ryder and Honorable Hadeba, NCOP permanent delegates and special delegates, my greetings to you this afternoon. Allow me to take this opportunity to present this three-sphere planning report, which I must say that after long last, this report has been ATC'd, and we now present this to the House. Honorable members, on the 27th and 28th of August, the National Council of Provinces convened our first three-sphere planning session for the 7th dispensation. This session brought together members of the executive from all three spheres of government as a poignant moment for collective reflection and integrated planning to commence the work of the 7th dispensation. This was also the most appropriate way for the NCOP to convene the three spheres, particularly given the political and governance shifts that took place, culminating in the Government of National Unity, as our current functional governing structure. The three spheres planning session was convened under the theme, and I quote, "Towards an oversight agenda for the 7th Parliament, delineating key policy and oversight priorities for the NCOP in the 7th Parliament," unquote. The NCOP's three-sphere planning session sought to ensure that the appropriate mechanisms and systems are put in place as we commence the work of the 7th dispensation. The session was also convened to ensure that we address policy implementation weaknesses and coordination disjunctures across the three spheres of government, to ensure a more responsive, better coordinated, and impactful 7th dispensation for the people of South Africa. Honorable members, The overarching objectives of the three-sphere planning session were as follows. 1, to delineate key policy priorities for implementation and targeted oversight by the NCOP in the 7th Parliament as informed by the 3 overarching priorities announced by the State President. 2, to identify and implement targeted mechanisms to address three-sphere planning weaknesses and disjunctures across the 3 spheres of government. 3, to institutionalize the utilization of three-sphere planning development data for purposes of crystallizing a thematic focus on the policy priorities that can meaningfully impact the lives of ordinary South Africans. 4, to embolden the NCOP to perform its constitutional mandate to appropriately serve as a strategic construct for three-sphere intergovernmental relations and cooperative governance oversight. And 5, to develop and implement a comprehensive three-sphere oversight framework and mechanisms which will facilitate intergovernmental relations to enhance cooperation among the 3 spheres of government. These objectives are quite critical levers, particularly during the current conjuncture of South Africa's evolving democracy, where ordinary South Africans are expecting government to work harder, work smarter, in order to yield greater benefits for the poor and vulnerable. We as council delegates and as servants of the people are expected to consistently improve our governance systems and mechanisms so as to accelerate the advancement of our nation. Honorable members, we also convened the three-sphere planning session as guided by the overarching development priorities announced by the State President in his opening of Parliament address, which included the following. 1, driving inclusive economic growth and job creation. 2, reducing poverty and tackling the high cost of living. And 3, building a capable, ethical, and developmental state. These priorities are accurately responsive and aligned to the deep-seated developmental challenges that we are facing as a nation. Our collective and targeted focus on the planning, budgeting, and implementation of these priorities will go a long way toward establishing governance coherence in order to achieve our developmental objectives. Honorable members, the chairperson of the NCOP delivered a high-level address giving clear guidance and direction about the posture of the NCOP in the 7th dispensation. Our chairperson highlighted that delegates and leaders who are strategically occupying the 3 spheres of government were invited to participate in the mission of the NCOP to strategically reshape our oversight agenda. Honorable Chairperson, these are critical guidelines that you provided us with and articulated for the Council to ensure that we remain on course as the NCOP towards addressing the developmental challenges of our country. To achieve these policy priorities, the NCOP would need to ensure that the capability of the state to plan, budget, implement, and develop growth, catalyzing priorities is indeed enhanced. These imperatives are critical markers for assessing our impact throughout the 7th dispensation. By adhering meticulously to the pointers and markers, the NCOP will take up its rightful place as envisioned by the Constitution on South Africa's development platform. Honorable Chairperson, we must also take into account what the Minister responsible for planning, monitoring, and evaluation asserted in relation to South Africa's current planning conjunctures. She asserted that a diagnostic study has been conducted by the DPME on the state of the national and provincial government planning. This study identified several challenges that still remain, including the need to improve alignment across long, medium, and short-term plans, to ensure that priorities are cascaded into developmental plans and intergovernmental coordination across the 3 spheres of government. These need to be improved to enable improved integration planning across all 3 spheres of government. Honorable colleagues, what this basically means is that the 3 spheres of government should not be working in silos, but should be coordinated in their efforts to deliver services to our people. Overseeing these processes falls squarely within the ambit of the NCOP's IGR and cooperative governance responsibilities. We must therefore ensure that during the seventh dispensation, we play a more proactive oversight role to coordinate the vertical and horizontal planning processes of government for better implementation outcomes. Honorable delegates of the Council, a study conducted by Stats SA highlights the greatest drivers of poverty in South Africa that include the following: unemployment, years of schooling, poor sanitation, water, energy, and the type of dwelling, school attendance, and child mortality. Honorable members, that report also indicate that female-headed households remain the most impoverished as compared to male-headed households. Unemployment is positively related to poverty. Education and unemployment remain important tools to fight against poverty. Little or no education and unemployment displayed significantly higher levels of poverty. When we assess government's alignment and responsiveness against this background of poverty and inequality, the National Planning Commission juxtaposes certain priorities as critical for targeted implementation over the medium term to address the key drivers of poverty and inequality. These include quality healthcare for all, improving the quality of education, training, and innovation, reversing the spatial effects of apartheid, an economy that will create jobs, a transition to a low-carbon economy, building safer communities, and reforming the public service. These multiplier targets should therefore be approached in line with the relevant policies, key legislation, strategic programs, and catalytic projects, and implemented cohesively across the three spheres of government. It is therefore clear that the NDP remains as a long-term vision to underpinning monitoring and evaluation processes across our country. It is therefore imperative that we must ensure effective alignment to NDP priorities as we execute our work as the NCOP. Honorable members, I wish to reiterate some of the critical points articulated by the Deputy President in his keynote address during the 2024 NCOP three-sphere planning session. The Deputy President indicated that there is a need to develop a common appreciation of our tracking, monitoring, implementation, and evaluation frameworks in line with the Intergovernmental Framework Act to advance policy implementation. The Deputy President also asserted that Parliament and the NCOP in particular must serve as a critical pillar that guides the formulation and implementation of our development strategy. In order to achieve the goals of the National Development Plan 2030, it is imperative to ensure through cooperative efforts that Parliament serves as a critical pillar that guides our development strategy. Honorable members, I want to appreciate the commitment made by the Deputy President in his address when he committed that through his office, he will ensure that the executive will always be accountable to the NA and the NCOP, which houses people's representatives. The Deputy President also committed to ensuring that as leader of government business, he will strive to ensure the facilitation and deepening of executive authority. The Deputy President also informed members of the executive across the three spheres of government to expect a continuation of structured engagement between the executive and the National Council of Provinces, in particular on critical development issues. All 9 provinces, including Salga, have made clear their undertakings, articulating how they intend to operationalize the priorities of the 7th dispensation, taking into account the peculiar social and economic landscape of each province, metro, and locality. Honorable Chairperson, I wish to conclude by indicating that the 2024 three-sphere planning session gave us an opportunity to take a holistic and cascaded look at our most critical development priorities over the medium term. Now that we know what the medium-term priorities are, we must ensure that there is effective alignment between our development objectives, the planning and budgeting processes across the three spheres of government. Honorable Chairperson, I must thank all officials involved in organizing the 2024 three-sphere planning session and all presenters for their informative inputs. And I must thank all members of this Honorable House who attended and participated in the three-sphere planning process. And I must also thank you, Honorable Chairperson, for your leadership in this process. And I then table the report before this House. Thank you, Honorable Chair.
Thank you very much, Deputy Chairperson, for such a well-tabled report. And that then concludes the debate. I now put the question, and the question is that the report be agreed to. Before we proceed to the voting, is there any province that would like to make a declaration at this point in time? You may do so by raising your hand. There's a province of Western Cape, Honorable Gotzel, whom he shall be followed by Honorable Billy from KZN. Kosiame, right, Manju covered. Okay, that's fine. Okay, in that order. Honorable Gotzel.
Thank you, Chair. Honorable Chairperson and members, the Western Cape members of the NCOP participated fully in the three-sphere planning session. It was a constructive engagement early into the 7th Parliament, where we were able to gain an understanding of the environment in which we will operate and also lay out some of the rules of engagement, which we hope to apply over our term. The Deputy Chair of the NCOP, Honorable Governor, can be proud of the quality of the event initiated by his office and which set the stage for these discussions. If we are totally honest with ourselves, though, the rhetoric is not really new. What we have here is a good plan, built with the best of intentions. Honourable members, it is up to us to ensure that the three-sphere planning session is not remembered as just another talk shop of Parliament. We need to ensure that the plans that we made as new MPs guide our work and our interactions. The NCOP is the House of Cooperative Government. The NCOP is where the three spheres intersect. As we consider the state of local government in most provinces, it is clear that our role demands immediate focus to ensure that the lives of South Africans are uplifted and that we can ensure that our people are not left to languish in multi-generational poverty. Honourable members, this document has excellent content. Let it inform our work. Let us review it regularly. And let us measure ourselves against the lofty standards that we chose to set when we first were sworn in. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Gotzel. Honorable Billy.
Chairperson of the NCOP, maybe let me start by thanking yourself and the Deputy Chair and the entire collective leadership of the NCOP for embarking on this important process to make us understand our objectives and our goals as this NCOP. The report speaks at length about addressing the inefficiencies in policy, priorities, implementation of those policies, and systematic disjunctures among national, provincial, and local governments. Chairperson, this report is not just only highlighting those things. It's a report for the 7th Parliament under the GNU that calls for all of us to action to address the systematic challenges that have long hindered our progress as a nation. As the province of KwaZulu-Natal, representing it under the auspices of the NCOP, supporting the priorities and objectives outlined in this three-sphere planning. We again want to commend the work that you've done, Deputy Chief, on this initiative. We recognize the challenges of poverty, inequality, and unemployment that plague our nation. And this will obviously require collective duty to ensure that there is economic growth, reduced cost of living, building a capable and ethical state development, as you've correctly mentioned, the NDP and its goals. But also the importance of strengthening intergovernmental relations and cooperative governance in our country. But more importantly, Deputy Chair and Council, the Deputy Speaker makes mention of what the Deputy President had highlighted, which is a need to track and assess all of these initiatives, particularly the regular tracking and impact assessment of government initiatives, and the NCOP playing a central role in ensuring that there is greater oversight. As my colleague has said, that it should never be just a talk shop. We must ensure that we follow through, and this House has got a bigger role to ensure that everything that is reflected on this report is followed through to ensure that we see progress in the work that has been done. But again, I want to end by thanking the collective leadership of the Council and commend the Deputy Chair for the work that is put in on behalf of the province of KwaZulu-Natal. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Billy. We shall now proceed to the voting in accordance with the provinces. And accordingly, I will invite the province of Eastern Cape to cast their vote.
Chairperson and honorable members, I'm pleased to announce that the Eastern Cape is in support of the report. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Free State.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Free State support the report.
Thank you very much. Gauteng.
Thank you, Chairperson. Gauteng supports the report.
Thank you very much. Limpopo.
Thanks, Chairperson. Limpopo support the report.
Thank you very much. Your neighbor, KwaZulu-Natal.
Chairperson, KwaZulu-Natal support the report.
Thank you very much. Mpumalanga.
Thank you very much, Chair. Mpumalanga support the report.
Thank you very much. Mpumalanga, Northern Cape.
Thank you, Chair. The Northern Cape supports the report.
Thank you very much. Northwest.
Thank you very much. Northwest support the report.
Thank you very much. Western Cape.
Thank you, Chair. Western Cape supports.
Thank you very much. The vote is now closed, and accordingly, all provinces have voted in favor of the report. I therefore declare the report agreed to in terms of Section 65 of the Constitution. And accordingly, the report shall be taken to various committees to form part of the oversight report to the departments. Thank you very much. We'll now proceed. Thank you, honorable members. We'll now proceed to the fifth order of the day, which is the consideration of Older Persons Amendment Bill, which is a Section 76 bill, and a report of the Select Committee on Social Services thereof. I'd like to take this opportunity once again, welcome the Minister of Social Development who's in our midst, as well as the MECs who will be partaking in this important debate of today. Having said that, I now once again call upon Honorable Finis, who's the Chairperson of the Select Committee on Social Services, to present the report.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. South Africa is categorized as a violent country which can be linked to our colonial and apartheid history. The legacies of these governments continue to haunt our democratic nation, with violence manifesting itself as social ills that are intact against marginalized and vulnerable groups such as older persons. Older persons in the country face particular challenges that come with aging, such as cognitive decline, financial insecurity, and often the required assistance to get through day-by-day living. It is because of above-mentioned challenges which necessitated the development of the Older Persons Act of 2006 as a form of urgent intervention towards protecting the rights and well-being of older persons. The Older Persons Act of 2006 was developed against the background of appreciating that older persons constitute a significant portion of the South African population, and thus the government was compelled to ensure that legislative interventions were created that would empower the demographic and ensure the dignity and safety. While the Older Persons Act of 2006 symbolized a significant step in recognizing the rights and needs of older persons, several shortcomings were identified in the implementation that prompted the need for the amendment bill. Through the various briefings based on the lived realities of older persons, the caregivers and concerned members of the public, it is noted that the Older Persons Act of 2006 lacked adequate mechanisms to address the increasing prevalence of older persons' abuse, neglect, and exploitation. Furthermore, it noted how the Act also falls short of providing comprehensive measures to integrate older persons into broader societal and economic activities, thus limiting their ability to contribute meaningfully to their communities and economy. Furthermore, the Act is noted to not fully address issues of ageism and the systemic discrimination against older persons faced in various sectors of society, including health, employment, and overall social services. It is a culmination of these gaps that has led us to this moment, where we are considering amendments to strengthen the protection of older persons and ensure that older persons are treated with dignity and respect in line with constitutional values and evolving societal needs. The proposed amendments are intended to respond to the identified legislative gaps in the Older Persons Act of 2006. The amendments seek to ensure that effective and sustainable mechanisms are created to address the needs and vulnerabilities of older persons through different mechanisms such as inserting new definitions and provisions relating to the monitoring and evaluation of all social services rendered to older persons. Having passed through the National Assembly and having undergone an extensive public participation process through public hearings as well as oral and written submissions from the public, it is evident that older persons want this bill to be enacted as a matter of urgency. This is because the provisions in the bill have been developed in alignment with the will of the people. They have been developed based on a broad consultation strategy with older persons of all ages, genders, and provinces to ensure meaningful representation of voices and experiences. Participants who contributed to giving input on this bill stemmed from various socioeconomic backgrounds, which also affirms how our democracy remains central in the functioning of our institutions and living up to the notion of the government of the people, by the people. Participants were empowered and determined to ensure that they are an integral part of the legislative process of Parliament, which has direct and indirect implications on how they will live their lives. This is active citizenry and it's at its best and encourages South Africans to continue being change agents in directing the future of this country and the type of society we envision to live in. Part of the provisions of the Older Persons Amendment Bill includes addressing harmful attitudes and practices such as witchcraft accusations. These practices disproportionately target women and often lead to severe consequences where those who are accused are socially isolated and sometimes physically assaulted or even killed. In this regard, the bill explicitly mandates that everyone interacting with older persons must take all necessary measures to eliminate such harmful practices, thereby safeguarding the welfare, health, life, and dignity of older persons, especially elderly women. This provision is crucial in combating gender-based violence and femicide, as older women accused of witchcraft frequently suffer abuse rooted in gender discrimination. By addressing these harmful practices, the bill aligns with broader efforts to tackle gender-based violence and femicide, reinforcing the country's commitment to protecting vulnerable populations and promoting gender equality. The bill also emphasized the protection of older persons against any form of violence, sexual abuse, and gender-based discrimination, further strengthening the legal framework against these. The proposed amendments in the bill also seek to address critical gaps in the Principal Act by broadening the definition of abuse to include issues pertaining to not only physical and emotional abuse, but also financial exploitation, neglect, and digital harassment. This expansion ensures older persons are safeguarded against contemporary challenges like cybercrimes, which disproportionately affect vulnerable populations, but also mandates reporting obligations for individuals aware of abuse, creating a robust community-driven safety net. Such provisions are intended to provide a comprehensive legal approach and ensure that abuse is addressed swiftly and effectively. Cooperation among stakeholders, as well as monitoring and evaluation mechanisms, are cited as critical areas of concern in the Principal Act. To this end, the amendment bill advocates for the improved collaboration and cooperation among state agencies in order to improve the care and access afforded to older persons. Furthermore, the bill addresses an array of other factors, such as concerns about the older people's caretakers, including the exclusion of spouses and family members, where it has been discussed that a more inclusive definition is needed to reorganize and support non-professional caregivers who provide important care for older persons. The bill emphasizes that protecting older persons is a legal obligation, with penalties such as fines or imprisonment for failure to protect older persons from violence and abuse. The bill thus calls for legal consequence for those who act against older persons, inflicting either physical, emotional, or financial harm. This bill also adopts a route for common responsibility to create laws that meet our older persons' holistic needs. This mandating government prioritize providing equal access to social safety, education, and health care, which promote active and meaningful engagement. The bill protects older persons from various forms of abuse and mistreatment. It strengthens the law and helps authorities respond better to cases of neglect or harm by ensuring safer and more secure living conditions. The bill allows older persons to live with dignity and independence. Therefore, drawing from the provisions of the bill and the consultative process undertaking thus far, it is evident that South Africa requires an intersectional approach to policy making. We must promote age-friendly and gender-sensitive laws and programs. This is essential for creating inclusive societies that value the contributions of all generations. Our policies from all sectors must ensure that older persons can live dignified, independent, and fulfilling lives by addressing their specific needs in areas such as healthcare and housing, amongst others. Such policies not only uphold the principle of equity and human rights, but also contribute to the sustainable development of our nation by leveraging the experience and skills of older persons to enrich our communities and economies. Integrating age-friendly policy will also go a long way in challenging the stereotypes and creating powerful synergies for societal transformation. Age-friendly initiatives not only empower older persons, but also help dismantle the myths of their inability to adapt to change or innovation. Similarly, promoting the visibility of older persons in leadership roles of community activities reinforces their significance and counters negative stereotypes. Together, these approaches build a society that respects aging as a natural and valuable stage of life, enabling older persons to strive while contributing meaningfully to their families and communities. In this regard, public awareness and educational campaigns rooted and sustained through communities are imperative. We must empower each other with the knowledge to make informed and safe decisions for ourselves and those around us. It is through these engagements that we challenge myths, especially in rural areas, along with reducing stigma and promoting inclusion, to help build communities that are more equitable and supportive to all age groups. So as the chairperson of the Select Committee, Honorable Chairperson, the committee recommends the Select Committee on Social Services, having considered the Older Persons Amendment Bill, which was referred to it on the 4th of May 2024 and classified by the Joint Taking Mechanism as a Section 76 bill, recommends that the Council pass the bill with proposed amendments. And so that the report to be considered. I thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you, Honorable Finnis, for that comprehensive report. I also greet the Honorable Minister of Social Development for being with us. Thank you, Minister. And the Honorable MECs that might be on the platform, and all the members of this department that are here with us, we acknowledge your presence. We now move on to the next person to take part in this debate, and that's the Honorable Du Plessis of the DA. You have 7 minutes, Honorable Member.
Thank you, Deputy Chair, Honourable Minister, Honourable MEC, Honourable Members. It is said that the measure of a true society is how it treats its most vulnerable. A society is defined by all its parts that are interdependent and interrelated. What one sector does affects another part. This is called causality, but it's often forgotten. The simplest form is an authentic smile. A stranger or a co-worker giving you a smile on a bad day changes how you face the rest of the day. A more complex example is that when an economy of a country does not grow, social ills increase. And as people become progressively more self-centered, and the lack of economic growth also impacts the ability of any government or private sector organization to address the budgetary requirements of looking after the vulnerable. The vulnerable in society do need to be cared for. And this care has unique challenges, and it requires specialized knowledge and training. And it also requires that various departments and spheres work together to ensure that each part of a vulnerable person's life that is touched by government service delivery builds towards dignity of that individual facing huge challenges in an ever-changing world. Yes, This is an easy concept to agree with. However, how then are there thousands and thousands of elderly women who have housing happy letters but no houses? How are so many women abused by their grandchildren, elderly women? These are mothers and grandmothers with calloused hands, sitting with empty promises to keep them company in the loneliness and neglect they face. There is a little known fact that in the Second World War, Japan took young women from Malaysia and Korea and other neighboring countries as what was coined as comfort women. This seemingly innocuous name was far from the reality these women faced. They were sex slaves in army camps. They were tortured and beaten if they did not know Japanese, and this added to the atrocities that they faced in these camps. It was only 10 years ago that Japan admitted to this. Very little was done when these women who survived returned home from the camps. They were expected just to function within society. And by 2019, most of the countries impacted by these atrocities had grown economically in spite of a history of oppression and betrayal. However, the elderly who carried the pain of history had not been seen or acknowledged. They were forgotten, and they became fodder for a generation that focused on themselves and only their futures. And the causality was an increase of pickpocketing. Yes, strange, but the elderly felt that they had no other way to look after themselves economically, and they stole. The World Economic Forum reasoned that mental illness, isolation, and relative poverty caused this petty crime. And this issue, yes, is being addressed by these countries. However, for a moment, these societies forgot the vulnerability of age and the disregard of the rights of its vulnerable members increased instability and increased conflict in these countries. The Older Persons Bill seeks to address this in society, which is why we support it. It is noble and it needs to be implemented. However, there are one or two things that we do need to impress. The elderly do not understand technology. They need to know what their rights are. And this bill is heavily dependent on technology. Just for reference, people born between 1940 were born before television, penicillin, polo shots, frozen food, contact lenses, videos, credit cards, split atoms, and most definitely the iPhone. Other issues raised by members of society were triage in hospitals. The elderly need to be taken into account. In higher education, geriatric care needs to be specialized and focused on, as it is a speciality, and it requires specialized knowledge and training to effectively manage the complex medical, cognitive, social, and psychological needs, which often involve multiple chronic conditions, functional decline, and unique challenges associated with the aging, and unlike any other typical patient seen. So it is a good start, but more needs to be done. I would like to applaud the idea of mentorship and engagements between the elderly and the young, which really will make a difference within society, and it will not have a major impact on the fiscus either. It will decrease loneliness, increase understanding of each other, increase mental health, and remind the youth that the world is bigger than just them. And it will remind us all that our history needs to not be forgotten, because those who forget history are doomed to repeat it. We are found wanting as a society. We have not looked after our vulnerable. And I hope this bill is implemented without the budget being eaten or any additional abuse of power. Those who came before us and those who carry the pain of history deserve better. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Du Plessis. We now move on to the next speaker, and that will be the Honorable Fanta, the MEC for Social Development in the Eastern Cape. Honorable
Thank you.
Fanta, you have 10 minutes.
Thank you, Deputy Chairperson of the NCOP. Good afternoon to you, and Chairperson of the NCOP, Minister of Social Development and Deputy Minister, MECs present, and also honorable members of this august house, House of Traditional Leaders, and the clergy. Good afternoon. It is both an honor and a privilege to stand before you today to discuss the Older Persons Amendment Bill, a landmark piece of legislation that aims at safeguarding the rights, dignity, and well-being of older persons in our society. At the same time, it is essential that we recognize and acknowledge the powerful significance of the 16 days of activism, fight against gender-based violence and femicide, as we close the 16 days of activism as a country today, and also as a country we have adopted a 365 days of a fight of gender-based violence and femicide towards women and children. As we discuss the Older Persons Amendment Bill, it is also essential to acknowledge the 16 days of activism, which is an urgent call to action to end gender-based violence, which affects millions of people worldwide, especially older persons. In the context of this bill, the campaign holds a particular significance for older persons who often experience violence and abuse in silence. Older women in particular face unique challenges. They may experience violence not only due to their gender, but also because of their age. These forms of violence often go unnoticed, as older women are frequently seen as less visible and their voices are often marginalized. Honorable members, through this bill, we're acknowledging the unique challenges faced by older persons, including ageism, health challenges, and the vulnerability that sometimes comes with aging. By supporting this bill, we affirm our responsibility to ensure that our older population is not left behind. Honorable members, as the Eastern Cape, we believe that this bill represents a crucial step forward in ensuring that older persons in our society receive dignity, care, and protection they are so rightfully deserve. As we know, we are senior citizens. As we know, our senior citizens are an invaluable part of our communities, and it is our collective responsibility to safeguard their well-being. Furthermore, allow me to commend key aspects of the bill currently under consideration, with a particular focus on the provisions designed to improve protection and care of older persons. As we deliberate on the bill before us, it is vital to highlight a key important issue that ensures the rights and dignity of older persons, irrespectively, and evaluation and monitoring of the care provided in residential facilities. The department has taken significant steps in this regard, underpinned by the Older Persons Act of 2006. This act serves as a foundation, setting clear, comprehensive norms and standards for services aimed at our elderly population. These standards are not just guidelines, they are the bedrock on which quality care is built. They ensure that every facility and service catering to older persons adheres to best practices in healthcare, safety, and overall service delivery. In the Eastern Cape province, for instance, allocates over 100 million rands annually towards the care of older persons in the residential areas. This significant investment is a statement to our commitment to providing safe, quality care. Hence, this financial commitment must be matched by consistent oversight and accountability. Secondly, let us focus on the accountability measures in place for the stakeholders responsible for the implementation of the Act. In this regard, the department will ensure that progress of implementing this Act is closely monitored by submitting regular progress reports to the Social Protection Cluster. These reports will include updates on actions taken by departments and their compliance with Act, with an emphasis on escalating reports for departments failing to meet their obligations. Furthermore, quarterly coordination meetings will be held, ensuring continuous oversight for the implementation process. Another aspect of the bill is the measures outlined to prevent abuse and exploitation of older persons. There are disturbing instances of property abuse, accusation of witchcraft, and other forms of exploitation directed to older persons. In this response, the department will collaborate with Department of Justice and Constitutional Development to raise awareness around estate and property management, especially with the vulnerable communities. Moreover, the department has already initiated preventative programs that aim to educate communities about the dangers of witchcraft, accusation, and other forms of abuse through social behavior change programs, which include involvement of traditional leaders and local leaders. Additionally, the department is taking significant steps to train social workers and law enforcement officers to effectively recognize and address abuse, including property exploitation and accusation of witchcraft. Through this endorsement of healthy aging strategy, the department is working to create an integrated approach to combating abuse, equipping social workers and caregivers with the knowledge and tools to support older persons which may be suffering from aging-related illnesses or abuse. Honorable members, turning to the issue of emergency protection for older persons, the bill outlines a clear process whereby a social worker, healthcare worker, or police official can remove an older person to a safe place when immediate protection is required. Moreover, the department is working with community-based organizations to provide long-term support for older persons once they have been placed in temporary safe care, including counseling and family integration efforts. Honorable members, on the issue of substance abuse, while the bill does not specifically address this concern, it is important to note that the department has an established national drug master plan, and in 10 provinces have provincial drug master plans, which covers all age groups, including elder persons. The department is also working closely with the Department of Health to address substance abuse issues among older persons through collaborative initiatives, ensuring that older persons receive appropriate treatment and support. The prevention of misuse of or theft of older persons' grant money is another priority. Amendment to Section 25A of the Older Persons Act specifically addresses this issue, ensuring that elder persons' financial independence is protected. When the social workers conducted home visits, they will take a holistic approach addressing all aspects of household well-being and safeguarding the rights of older persons, especially when it comes to financial abuse. On the issue of facilities for older persons, the bill aims to improve both the number and quality of care facilities. While budget constraints have limited the ability to increase the number of facilities, the department is committed to renovating and improving existing facilities, particularly estate-owned homes, to provide specialized care such as frail care, assistive living, and respite care. The department is also partnering with other sectors and donors to expand services for older persons. In conclusion, Deputy Chairperson of NCOP, the Older Persons Amendment Bill represents a vital advancement in protection and care of older persons. It sets a framework for accountability, improves quality of care, and introduces a mechanism to prevent abuse and exploitation. As we move forward, it is our collective duty to ensure that older persons receive the care, respect, and protection they deserve, and that this bill becomes a cornerstone of that effort. I commend the department for its continued efforts and urge the House to support the bill as it moves forward. I thank you, Deputy Chair of the NCOP.
Thank you very much, Honorable MEC Fanta. Appreciate your input. I want to also recognize the presence of the MEC from Limpopo, Honorable Mahoa. Thank you for being with us. Appreciate your presence. The next contributor to this debate will be the Honorable Mate from Limpopo. Honorable Member, you have 10 minutes.
Thank you very much, Honorable Deputy Chair, and greetings to the chairperson and both permanent and special delegates to the NCOP. Chair, we would like to convey our sincere greetings, of course, again to this August House at large. And we are happy to share that we held public hearings in Limpopo across all our 5 regions, which are Waterberg, Capricorn, Sikukune, Mopani, and Vembe. And these public hearings were held in a short period of a week. The turnout of our elderly persons was very massive. Older persons came out in large numbers, eager and proud to exercise their democratic right to participate in decision-making processes that affect their lives. Honorable Deputy Chair, we want to make it known to the House that as the Portfolio Committee of Social Development in the province of Limpopo, that we are committed to ensuring that older persons are involved in the making of every decision about them. We met and engaged with our elderly people. We listened to their concerns and we noted all of them down. Honorable members, the Older Persons Amendment Bill is a crucial amendment that seeks and aims to address the challenges faced by our older persons. This bill seeks to ensure that our elderly people are treated with the respect and dignity they deserve. This bill, which seeks to amend the Older Persons Act of 2006, and of course, during the public hearings, we have learned valuable lessons about the needs of older persons, not forgetting all the challenges they face. Honorable members, the concerns of our elderly people need our immediate attention. Our elderly persons are crying out for our help. Our grandfathers and grandmothers are complaining about the inhuman treatment. The inhuman treatment they are receiving from their own trusted family members, which are mostly grandchildren and children. What is more shocking and despicable is that some of our elderly persons are being sexually abused by those they trust the most and caregivers in old age homes. While others are being abused physically, they are beaten in care centers for minor wrongdoings like accidentally spoiling themselves. Honorable Deputy Chair, our elder persons also highlighted that they are being financially exploited by being forced to take care of their unemployed children and grandchildren. It doesn't end these same grandchildren who are dependent on them, also rob them of their monthly pension. A great example of the abuse faced by our elderly persons is a video that trended where a grandmother was brutally assaulted by a grandchild in Kraaifontein. In all the 5 regions where we held our public hearings, elderly persons also complain about how they are affected by their children and grandchildren who suffer from substance abuse. They went further to explain that not only do family members suffering from substance abuse steal their money, but they also vandalize their properties. This affects our elderly persons a lot, as most of them are on medication for different types of chronic diseases. All the above-mentioned challenges faced by elderly persons are really taking a toll on them. Because of these challenges elderly persons face at home, they then end up opting for residential care in old age homes. Although there are care centers that prioritize the well-being of our older persons, elderly persons also face all sorts of abuse in care centers too, where they are neglected and physically abused. Respect for the elderly is the cornerstone of our civilized society. Thankfully, the amendment of the Older Persons Bill will also protect our elderly from all marginalization and abuse they face from communities and society. As elderly people get older, they tend to suffer from dementia, which most Black communities are ignorant about. For example, an elderly person may unintentionally leave the house naked because of forgetting. When villagers see this, They accuse our elderly people who are suffering from dementia of witchcraft. Vembe is one region in Limpopo that has many cases of elderly people burnt alive because of being accused of witchcraft. In the Sikukune region of the Limpopo province, there was a reported case of a care center where elderly people were chained to their beds and forced to use the bucket system. There was also another case in Sukhosese in the Mopane region of Limpopo, where the MEC of Social Development, Honorable Florence Razilani, closed an old age and disability center. The care center was closed due to its inhuman conditions, which violated the rights of elderly persons in every aspect. Thanks to the MEC, all 19 patients were relocated to different and safe care centers. The African National Congress government in Limpopo has always put elderly persons in the forefront. This is because the democracy we enjoy today will have not been achieved without them. As outlined in the African National Congress manifesto, the organization has vowed to protect the value of social grants for children, elders, and the disabled. This emphasizes how much the ANC government is determined in serving the needs and rights of our elders. Honorable Deputy Chair and members, we were warmly welcomed by elderly people of Limpopo in different regions. Elderly people were so happy about the proposed Older Persons Amendment Bill. It is disheartening to know that there are existing policies and laws in place, but implementation is a problem. Honorable members, our elderly persons pleaded with us to move beyond just creating policies and acts that favor them. Our elderly persons pleaded with us to ensure that these policies are implemented, as this will better their lives. If this bill is to be approved, we promise to make sure it is well implemented by all stakeholders. Honorable Chair and members, the elderly people of Limpopo voted yes to the amendment of the Older Persons Bill. They were very happy with the amendments and they wish this bill can be signed into an act soon. Like outlined in the 2030 agenda, while it is essential to address exclusion and vulnerability of an intersectional discrimination against many older persons in the implementations of the new agenda, it is even more important to go beyond treating older persons as vulnerable. Older persons must be recognized as the active agents of societal development to achieve truly transformative, inclusive, and sustainable development outcomes. Honorable Chair and members, let us continue working together to ensure that our elderly people receive the care and support they deserve. Honorable members of this August House, the Portfolio Committee of Social Development in Limpopo moves for the consideration of the Older Persons Amendment Bill. I thank you and have a great festive season, all of you. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member. We now move on to the next Honorable Member to participate, and that is the Honorable Pasiela, representing the MKP. You have 9 minutes.
Honorable Deputy Chair, members of the NCOP and fellow South Africans. The MKP appeals to the chair of the committee, to the minister, and to every person to reconsider this bill and to send it back to the drawing board. The one reason that we must state very clearly is the reason that relates to consent. Consent and your capacity to make decisions for yourself is one of the most prized traits of being an adult. You become an adult at 21 and you are able to make decisions for yourself. Through life, you traverse life and gain a wisdom and experience and become more and more qualified to decide for yourself what course of treatment, what course of care would be best for you.
So even if you are in a wheelchair, even if after a stroke you have lost your ability to speak, you still have capacity to engage in this process and to have some say about where you're going to go to and how you're going to be cared for. I have no understanding as to why the whole process, the tried and tested process of curatorship was not taken, not considered. The curator application also begins with a third person, bringing it on behalf of someone else who needs care. But the process is such a delicate one that bears and places a lot of emphasis on medical reports, on reports of what exactly is needed. It goes through a lengthy process, including psychologist report and a psychiatrist report, as well as medical reports of any other specialist applicable to the person. That process then ends up back in court, where a judge may request for further reports and may request to even interview the person whom the order is sought for and question what is in the best interest of this person. That process is free of possible misuse. So let me give you a scenario that could very well become a reality if this bill becomes law. There's a knock on your door, knock, knock. You open to find a social worker accompanied by a police officer. And yes, this process envisages a situation which is not by consent, not voluntary, envisage a situation of a police officer accompanying a social worker. They inform you that an anonymous complaint has been made against your family, alleging that you are a victim of abuse. They're here to take you to a place of safety. You protest, explaining that this is a mistake. You don't want to go anywhere. You try to close the door, but the police officer forces it open. You ask if you can call your lawyer. You want to discuss it with family members, but you are dragged out of your home, put into a police vehicle, and taken away against your will. When you resist, you will be sedated. You wake up disorientated in an unfamiliar place, confined under sedation. Your nightmare begins, a life stripped of dignity, liberty, and autonomy, with no immediate recourse to justice. This bill gives social workers and the police the authority to remove older persons from their home and place them in places of safety without requiring a court order, without going through due process. Now, when the person is taken 48 hours later through some illegal step, that is just a rubber stamp situation. You have been taken to a place of safety, you don't have your documents, you don't have phone numbers, you're unable to engage in this process. Now, older people, no matter what your economic situation is, and all of us are in that category or potentially will get there, you need to be able to engage in this process. You need to be able to play a part in it. This is not a dramatization, but a plausible consequence of the Older Persons Amendment Bill. The police are authorized to enforce this removal. And although I repeat this, although they're required to seek a court order within 48 hours, you do not have your documents, you do not have your case, and you will be unable to access a lawyer or any help to be able to hear the other side. And you are at a disadvantage right from the beginning. This bill is ripe for abuse, exploitation of assets. Unscrupulous individuals could manipulate the system to strip older persons of their homes, their property, and financial resources. Political manipulation. Imagine this law being weaponized against dissenters for those who hold unpopular political opinions. Family conflicts, rivalries, and disputes could escalate into malicious reports that lead to forced removals. A single complaint, that's all that's needed, whether it's true or false, could lead to an individual being incarcerated in a place of safety. How can we condone a law that treats our elderly with such disregard for their rights? And again, I say that old people like ourselves, we have gone through life and we have obtained a wealth of wisdom over so many things. And irrespective of how frail we may be, irrespective of how economically vulnerable we may be, irrespective of what our situation is, we have the right to participate in this process. Elder abuse is a genuine issue and we must address it. But this bill does not offer protection, it offers control. It criminalizes families and communities instead of providing real solutions, like enhanced support services, community programs, or accessible elder care. There are many other issues which could be looked at to improve the overall situation of the older person. And here I look at the division between the wealthy and the poor. The wealthy, and who are mainly white, have the ability, and they have attorneys, and they have estate planning, they have their old age, just everything is laid out. They've chosen their place of retirement or assisted living. They have chosen, they've tied up their estate, they've tied up their will, they've done all the things that needed to be done. But even they are vulnerable because even they could be abused by somebody who has bad faith and who wants to take away who wants to interfere with the way in which property should be devolved. When it comes to poor people, there is a cost. The curatorship applications are costly. And engaging the services that you need to be able to protect your rights is costly. But here you have the legal aid department. You have various organizations like Freedom Under Law and many other NGOs who, instead of spending their time being hitmen for cases against the NCOP individuals, they could actually use their resources and use it more constructively in assisting this process. There are social workers that need to be employed. There's over 1,000 social workers that must be employed, and the state must find ways to employ these social workers. There is legal aid. So in some way or the other, the rights of even the poor need to be protected. This is a direct assault on constitutional rights. It's a violation of the Constitution. Section 12 guarantees freedom and security of the person, including protection from arbitrary detention. Section 25 protects unlawful deprivation of property. The right to dignity, the presumption of innocence, and the right to legal recourse are all thrown aside in this law. The current legal framework, which requires clear determination of an individual's
Honorable
capacity.
Member, your time has expired.
Thank you.
We now move on to the next speaker on this bill, and that is the Honorable Siwisa. Okay, Honorable Harris, you have 15 minutes.
Thank you very much, Deputy Chairperson. The Economic Freedom Fighters support the Older Persons Amendment Bill. This bill seeks to ensure that older persons are provided with quality services and are afforded the necessary protection by society, including community-based and residential care facilities. And it intends to facilitate the removal of older persons to temporary safe care without a court order and to strengthen existing implementation and compliance measures. The Older Persons Amendment Bill is therefore a comprehensive approach to safeguarding the rights and welfare of older persons. Chairperson, in 2022, Statistics South Africa reported that there were over 5 million people aged 60 or older, representing 9.2% of the total population, with South Africa having the highest proportion of elderly people in its population in the Africa region. It is well estimated that a person's vulnerability increases with age, especially in our country, for a variety of reasons.
Older persons are society's most vulnerable members, which make them easy targets for all kinds of abuse, including financial, sexual, emotional, and physical abuse. Elderly people in the country go through a lot of hardship and pain. They are often victims of rape, assault, and are abused by their children and grandchildren that demand the SASSA money. This because people aged 60 and above continue to experience unmet health care needs and are likely to require longer-term support and care from others to perform activities of daily living, such as eating, moving around, or bathing. However, sadly, despite these needs, there is still limited access to good quality, affordable, and equitable care that support them to make the most of their lives. Chairperson, as the EFF, we have throughout the years noticed the disturbing trends of neglect and abuse that our elderly experience, both in care facilities and within their own families. A crucial aspect of this bill is therefore its focus on financial security for the elderly and the provision to protect their assets and inheritance from predatory behavior by unscrupulous relatives, ensuring that older persons are not exploited for their wealth, and how it addresses the needs for immediate and sensitive interventions in cases where older individuals are victims of abuse. It mandates the provision of temporary safe care and removal from dangerous environments, a measure that is crucial for immediate protection. A legislative mechanism for the care and well-being of older persons is therefore needed and welcome. We are, however, disappointed in how this amendment bill has taken government 10 years to finalize, and it was seemingly crucial just before the elections, a time when elderly people are registered to vote. This legislation also come too late, as lives have been lost by the Life Isidimeni tragedy. However, we welcome the provision for quicker mechanism in which the state can remove older persons from places of their abode without a court order, should a reasonable suspicion that there has been abuse is raised. And we welcome the provision which make way for measures to monitor the conditions of older persons in their various caregiving environments, and for an approach of safeguarding the rights and welfare of older persons. This is absolutely necessary because about 53% of older persons still live in extended households where they are likely to receive some psychosocial and economical support. Even amongst those older persons living with families, we know for a fact that some are subject to the most vile form of abuse from their own children and grandchildren. For a very long time, this government has failed to provide millions of older persons access with basic care and support services. Inadequate provision for retirement, poverty, social exclusion, lack of access to basic services and healthcare, food insecurity, and a lack of affordable accommodation are some of the challenges faced by elderly on a daily basis in the country. The primary healthcare system is not geared to address the health need of older people living in our communities. Clinics must be open 24 hours in order for our elderly to access the services at any time if they needed it. Black elderly are more reliant on the collapsed public health system or paying out of pocket for private care, while white elderly people have access to medical aid.
older persons want to remain in their community settings for as long as possible. We encourage this as much as possible instead of removing older people from their family surroundings. The majority of older South Africans are not in the residential care, and there's a critical shortage of proper facilities to care for the elderly. The caregiver grant for people taking care of elderly is far below the national minimum wage and must be brought in line with national minimum wage and need to be adjusted to align with it. Government funding should prioritize non-governmental organizations, delivered community and home-based care, and support services to elderly must be prioritized by government. Funding, so the shortages of funding does not hinder the capacity to deliver crucial services to the elderly. Mental health is an important fundamental element of health that influence different dimensions of an older individual's life. There are various factors that affect the mental health of older adults, such as resilience and social support. Understanding the factors that influence mental health of older adults can be beneficial for health professionals and to provide appropriate social support and resilience, including helping the older adult can join with others, be confident in life, have necessities, live with spiritual security, and be able to de-stress and manage problems were recommended. Each ward in this country must have a social worker to deal with elderly persons' issues. Housing for the elderly should be given priority, and subsidies must be provided for those who are less fortunate. This situation is so dire, is the bed shortage at homes for the aged that some elderly in Nelson Mandela Bay residents are forced to live in cars with little hope of ever finding placement. Their tragedy is compounded by being chased or verged by angry homeowners and with nothing more than a SASSA pension to rely on. Their wait for accommodation they can afford becomes ever longer. Every ward should have a dedicated old age home and a social club for senior citizens. We have heard that in the public hearings all over the country where we did do public hearings, that the cry for these social clubs, because there's nothing else that our elderly can go to except these social clubs that are not even financed by the Department of Social Development. We suggest imposing stricter penalties for crimes such as abuse, rape, and murder against the elderly. We have recently seen the newspapers all over where a 19-year-old grandchild was beaten up, and it goes viral on the social media, beaten up his elderly grandmother. It is so sad, and we need to protect our elderly persons. Social grant for seniors need to be increased to 4,500 rather than the disappointing rise of 100 rand that elderly individuals have recently experienced. Thank you, Chairperson. The EFF support this bill.
Thank you very much, Honorable Harris. Now we move on to the next speaker, and that will be the Honorable Farmer. Honorable Member, you have 5 minutes.
Honorable Chairperson, honorable members, social care is a crucial part of our society. It provides much needed support to people who need assistance with their daily lives. It takes a special kind of person to work in social care, as it requires a lot of compassion, patience, and commitment to create a supportive and nurturing environment. As we get older, it's normal to need more help. And it's important that we don't hold any stereotypes or incorrect assumptions about people based on their age. After all, it's a natural part of life. We should envision a world where both carers and those receiving care can thrive. Our belief should be that everyone should adopt this approach to enable people to live their best lives. By challenging stereotypes surrounding aging and care, we aim to promote our values and create a more inclusive society. Whether you are a carer or seeking care for yourself or a loved one, it helps to get a little inspiration every now and then, or even something to have a chuckle at. It is imperative that we treat our elderly with love, respect, and dignity. Whether you're a professional caregiver, a family member, or just a decent human being who cares about making a difference. Karen Clark once said, "The beauty of caring for seniors is realizing that they are heroes in their own right." Maggie Keane said, "Growing old is not a disease, it's a triumph." Betty Friedman, "Aging is not lost youth, but a new stage of opportunity and strength." Growing old gracefully is a thing of beauty when you have caregivers who love and support you. Frank Lloyd Wright wrote, "The longer I live, the more beautiful life becomes." Leila Gifty Akita said, "The glory of the elderly is their insight, their knowledge, and their wisdom." The elderly are a source of wisdom, experience, and stability in a world that is constantly changing. Age is not a barrier to success. It's a ladder to wisdom. We should give our elders the respect and dignity they deserve, for they have made our lives possible. The love, care, and attention we give to the elderly is a measure of humanity. Therefore, Honorable Chairperson, the Patriotic Alliance does not have a choice to support this bill. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Honorable Farmer. That was some very wise words that came from him today. We appreciate it. The next honorable member will be the Honorable Baines. Honorable member, you have 15 minutes.
Deputy Chairperson, Minister, MEC, honorable members in attendance, good afternoon. Deputy Chairperson, the 2022 census revealed that South Africa's life expectancy is rising, where State South Africa determined that in 2022, the estimated population of South Africa included more than 5 million people aged 60 or older, representing a 9.2% share of the overall South African population. This, Deputy Chair, is a result of several factors which are a product of the ANC's programs over the past 30 years, which have enhanced access to clean water, sanitation, and housing, particularly in rural and under-resourced areas. Halala ANC, halala. This is notwithstanding the continued work which must be done to expand on the progress made and address existing gaps. The improvements in our country's life expectancy also reflect progress in expanding healthcare services, including treatment for chronic conditions like hypertension and diabetes, which has significantly improved health outcomes. Vaccination and other disease prevention programs have also had a profound impact in reducing mortality from preventable illnesses. In this regard, strengthening the healthcare system to improve access and health outcomes for older persons is imperative in ensuring that they maintain their good health and remain active members of society. As the population of our country grows and faces varying health outcomes as a consequence of our evolving society, an agile and responsive healthcare system is required to address the unique health needs faced by our community's various groups, such as older persons. Thus, the phased successful implementation of the NHI becomes a necessity in dismantling our country's existing oppressive two-tier system, which has crippled our country for far too long to the disadvantage of those who need care the most. At its core, the National Health Insurance is based on providing equitable and equality access to health care for all. The NHA seeks to eliminate disparities in healthcare access, particularly for marginalized groups who often face significant barriers such as long distances to healthcare facilities and limited access to transport. As such, by implementing a universal healthcare model, the NHI can help ensure that older persons, like all other members of society, will receive timely and appropriate care. In addressing the specific and unique needs and challenges of older persons, the NHI can assist in strengthening accessible treatment through collaboration with community-based health programs, mobile clinics, and home-based care services that bring healthcare closer to older persons. In this regard, studies have indicated that older persons experience successful aging, leading to improved physical and mental health outcomes when they have strong and healthy social and community connections. Thus, this necessitates deliberate action to ensure that older people are not only cared for, but also engaged and kept active in a meaningful and impactful way. This program, facilitated by the Department of Social Development in partnership with other government agencies and stakeholders, to offer a variety of initiatives that not only promote physical health, but also foster social connections. These objectives are realized through programs run through sports, cultural events, and educational workshops to promote physical health, mental, and overall well-being. Chairperson, the government of the day appreciates the importance of expanding opportunities and promoting lifelong learning for older people as a means of empowering them to remain active and engaged in society. This is not only an avenue for the holistic well-being of older persons, but also a central component for fostering a society that values and supports its aging population and older persons. Therefore, expanding socioeconomic opportunities enables older persons to continue to be involved in creating avenues for them to contribute meaningfully to the economy, families, the communities, and broader society. Lifelong learning programs can equip older persons with new skills, enabling them to adapt to changing socioeconomic context environments. Additionally, expanding socioeconomic opportunities which create a conducive environment for older persons to venture into areas such as entrepreneurship can enable old persons to start small businesses, contributing to their financial independence and reducing dependency. Such interventions empower older people, keep them engaged, and also provide a sense of purpose and accomplishment. The Department of Social Development, through its agency, SASSA, continues to play a critical role in supporting millions of people with older persons grant, which translates to over 2,000 rand a month. This grant not only alleviates poverty among other older persons, but also plays a crucial role in supporting their families, as many recipients share their grant monies with their grandchildren and other dependents. Thus, by offering this financial safety net, the grant empowers older persons to maintain a degree of independence and dignity while contributing to their households. While the older person's grant offers important support, it cannot replace broader economic opportunities that help older persons become more financially independent. Studies show that in 2015, only 6.6% of South Africans aged 65 and older were part of the workforce, much lower than the global average. This low number is partly due to age discrimination and a lack of programs to help older adults join the workforce, and thus providing training and skills development programs. Can older persons stay active and contribute to the economy? In this regard, the task of providing safe and comfortable spaces and facilities for older persons has not only been championed by the government, but also through the tremendous efforts of NGOs and other strategic partners. These stakeholders have played a significant role in delivering services and creating programs that directly benefit older persons. Many NGOs provide essential support, including healthcare services, social activities, and nutritional programs, particularly in underserved communities where government resources may be limited. Institutions such as the South African Older Persons Forum continue to play a pivotal role in empowering older persons to remain active and involved. As an organization that advocates for the rights and well-being of older persons, the South African Older Persons Forum has played an instrumental role in strengthening relations between older persons and communities. It also helps ensure the voice and contributions of older persons are heard in decision-making processes. For instance, through the public hearings and comments in getting to this point in the bill, NGOs play a critical role in advocating for the rights of older persons by influencing policy reforms and strengthening legal protections. In this regard, NGOs play a critical intermediary role in amplifying their voices in legislative processes. This bottom-up approach is essential in ensuring that programs and interventions speak to the lived realities of older persons and that they are centered on upholding their human rights and affirming their dignity. They are also instrumental in curbing and addressing issues like abuse and neglect, among others. These interventions are aligned with international frameworks that advocate for the rights and dignity of older persons, such as the UN Principles for Older Persons and the African Union's Protocol on Human Rights. These frameworks emphasize the importance of creating inclusive environments where older persons can participate in society. By promoting policies that support the socio-economic empowerment of older persons, such as age-friendly workplace practices, among others, South Africa can harness the potential of its aging population with addressing issues relating to poverty and social exclusion. Ultimately, expanding these interventions offers an opportunity for older persons not only to benefit from individually, but also to strengthen families and communities, fostering a more inclusive society where all members are valued regardless of age. As the African National Congress, we are resolved to realize a national democratic society where all our citizens are treated equally and are afforded the necessary space and resources to realize their full potential. We are determined to foster a South African society that is embedded in the principles enshrined in the Constitution of respect, equity, fairness, and social justice. We are resolved to build on the gains of the past 30 years of our nation's young democracy to ensure that these are enhanced to improve the quality of life for all, regardless of differentiating factors such as age, geographic location, or socioeconomic status. Addressing the holistic well-being of older persons requires a comprehensive approach that integrates healthcare, access, social support, and economic stability. It is only through strengthened partnerships that we will realize the goals of improving access and comfort for older people in our society. By uniting resources and expertise across sectors, these partnerships create a powerful platform to champion the rights and dignity of older persons while driving systematic change that benefits society. Through this all, Chairperson, Deputy Chairperson, the ANC really support this bill full-heartedly. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Benz, for the wonderful input you've just made. The next member is Honorable Dlamini from KwaZulu-Natal, the Chairperson of Social Development. I think she's on the visual platform. I nearly said social media. Social media. Honorable Dlamini.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson, and greeting to yourself, Deputy Chairperson, the Minister of Social Development, Deputy Minister, all honorable members in the House. As KZN legislature, the portfolio of social development, I'm here today to express with the pride of KwaZulu-Natal and with the support of the Older Person Amendment Bill. I truly believe that this bill is a beacon of hope and crucial step to forward fulfilling our moral and constitutional duty to protect and uplift the elderly in our society. As a representative of the nation that cherish Ubuntu, the philosophy that highlights our shared humanity, we must ensure that our older persons live with dignity, security, and care. This bill fulfills these principles by addressing critical gaps in the Older Person Act 2006 and introducing provisions that enhance monitoring, protection, and services for older persons. The bill proposes essentially amendments, including the removal of elder person to the temporal safe care in emergencies without a court order and strict timelines for legal oversight to prevent abuse of power. This provision is not only a measure of protection, but a demonstration of our government's commitment to safeguard the rights of our most vulnerable. In KwaZulu-Natal, the Social Development Portfolio Committee has conducted extensive public consultation, ensuring inclusivity and transparency in this legislative process. Public hearings were held across districts, enabling diverse communities to voice their concern and aspiration for the elder. Notably, provisions such as the recognition of assisted living facilities and the prevention of harmful practices like ageism and elder abuse have been welcomed across the province. This bill also empowers older persons, granting them responsibility to mentor younger generation and fostering intergenerational solidarity in doing so. It transformed older person into active participant in community building, bridging the gap between the generation. Further, the bill tightens regulation around communities-based and residential care services, ensuring that older persons received consistent and equal and quality care. It mandates training for caregivers and forces in accountability mechanism. Thus, professionalism, caregiving, and ensuring the safety, well-being of those entrusted to their care. Colleagues and Honorable Chairperson, this bill does not only address the need of older persons, but also advance our broader goals of social cohesion and equity. By recognizing the unique challenges faced by older women, people with disability, and those in rural areas, this legislation embodies the transformative vision of the Constitution. I urge all provinces to join KwaZulu-Natal in casting a vote in favor of this bill. Let us demonstrate our collective resolve to protect the rights of the older people or person and to ensure that they remain valued and respected members in our community. Honorable Chairperson, as we deliberate today, let us remember the wisdom, sacrifices, and contribution of our elders. They are custodians of our heritage, and it's our duty to honor them with laws that reflect in their dignity. Let us all vote in favor or in support of Older Person Amendment Bill, because how we treat to our elders define us as a society. I thank you, Honorable Chairperson.
Thank you, Honorable Dlamini. We cannot agree more with you that the older persons must live with dignity. It is our duty to protect them. The next member is Honorable Adrians from the Northwest.
Thank you, Honourable Chairperson, Honourable Minister, Honourable Members, fellow South Africans, good day. We find ourselves at a pivotal moment in the quest for justice, dignity and empowerment for older persons in South Africa. The amendment of the Older Persons Act presents not merely a legislative change, but a profound commitment to recognising and honouring the invaluable contributions of our elders to our society. This is a significant opportunity to reshape our future, ensuring that the voices of our seniors are heard and respected. Today we engage in this debate that will redefine the landscape of care and support for our older South Africans, affirming their rightful place in our communities. Let us first acknowledge the extensive responsibilities that come with age. Older persons are not merely recipients of care, they are custodians of wisdom, the mentors who nurture the next generation. As outlined in the bill, they have a critical role in mentoring younger individuals, passing on their knowledge and sharing experiences that shape our communities. They foster intergenerational dialogue and solidarity, bridging the gap between the past and the future. It is through these connections that we cultivate a society rich in understanding and respect. Additionally, older persons are invaluable mediators in conflict resolution. Their life experiences equip them with the skills to navigate disputes and foster harmony within families and communities. By engaging in these roles, not only empower themselves, but also uplift those around them, reinforcing the importance of respect and collaboration across generations. However, as we celebrate these responsibilities, we must also confront the harsh reality. The flip side of the coin. Many older persons face abuse, violence, and discrimination, crimes that rob them of their dignity and rights. The Older Persons Amendments Bill enshrines the right to protection against such abuses, safeguarding their bodily integrity, property rights, and inheritance. This is not just a promise, it is a pledge that we as society will stand firm against injustice and ensure that every older person can live free from fear and exploitation. The amendments to the existing legislation further strengthen our commitment to their well-being by enhancing access to information, education and counselling services, especially concerning critical issues like HIV/AIDS, dementia and emergency care. We are laying the groundwork for a robust support system. This is vital, as knowledge is power, and the more informed our older persons are, the better equipped they will be to advocate for themselves and their rights. Additionally, the bill stipulates that only juristic persons or trusts may be registered to provide community-based care and support services. This ensures a structured and regulated approach to the care of our elders, guaranteeing that they receive the quality support they deserve. But we also welcome the additional clause which allows for sole proprietors to convert to a juristic person before the date on which the Act took effect, as we believe any person who is suitably registered and qualified should be allowed to care for older persons. As we move forward with this legislation, let us remember that the Older Persons Amendment Bill is not just about rights and responsibilities. It is about respect and recognition. It is an invitation for all South Africans to engage in a collective effort to honour our elders, to listen to their stories, and to learn from their experiences. In closing, let us embrace the Older Persons Amendment Bill as a beacon of hope and a catalyst for change. Together, we can create a society where older persons are cherished, their rights are protected, and their contributions are celebrated. Let us dedicate ourselves by supporting this Older Persons Amendment Bill to create an environment where age serves not as a barrier, but as a bridge to wisdom and understanding. Thank you.
Honorable Atranse, we cannot agree more with you that we must listen to the voice of the seniors because they are the custodian of the wisdom of the country. Your input is highly appreciated. The next delegate is coming to the forefront to the podium is Honorable Brett from the Free State. As far as fair.
Thank you, House Chair. Norma Masiko Mpaka, a South African researcher at Human Rights Watch, said the following in a report. Older people have been overlooked by a government that has neglected their rights. This is an accurate summation of South Africa and the manner in which we treat our older persons. Just look at the insufficient SASSA old age grant proves this point. The government forgets that these older persons are the nation builders of our country. Largely, they are left to fend for themselves, and as we say in Afrikaans, hulle moet maar sien en kom klaar. She further continues by saying the South African government should act promptly to make the Older Persons Act meaningful, not just words on paper. Older people have a right to live with dignity. Once again, she hits the nail on the head. There are many studies and reports that reflect the true state of our elderly, and the fact of the matter is that a large number do not live with dignity. When looking at the past, the question remains whether this bill seeks to address the inefficiencies in the Act and whether it will truly impact the lives of our older persons. Many older persons call for the Principal Act to be revised and improved. A large number of the elderly have stated a number of issues that need attention. Abuse was identified as a problem that needs to be addressed, and that access to government services and departments are also stumbling blocks. Besides abuse and care facilities, SAPS and the Department of Health were some of the greatest concerns as not assisting the elderly. Die nuwe wetsontwerp sluit onder andere die registrasie en monitering van versorgingsfasiliteite in. Dit sluit ook in dat ou mense wat aan sekere tipes mishandeling blootgestel word, die reg het om verhuis te word en in sorg van fasiliteite wat na hul sal omsien te plaas. Dit klink natuurlik alles wonderlik op papier, maar een van my grootste bekommernisse met so verhuising is die groot gebrek aan sulke fasiliteite, veral in die landelike en arm gemeenskappe. Vrae wat ook by my opkom, is wat word van die ou mense in gemeenskappe waar sulke fasiliteite nie beskikbaar is nie? Gaan daar streng regulasies wees wat sal verseker dat ou mense wat wel in sulke fasiliteite geplaas word, nie net aan nog meer mishandeling blootgestel word nie? Is daar ou mense wie nie kwalifiseer om in sulke fasiliteite geplaas te word nie? Wat word dan van hulle? En wat gaan verhoed dat ons ou mense wat in hierdie sorg geplaas word, nie net nog 'n life incident geval gaan word van skokkende nalatigheid en mishandeling nie? Dit is vrae wat nie op papier geantwoord kan word nie, maar gaan ons in praktyk, wanneer dit ongelukkig te laat is, moet sien. We already have a social workers shortage. Recently, I was contacted by a constituent that urgently needed to get in touch with a social worker. Neither him nor myself was able to find a social worker in his area to go out to attend to his problem. I contacted the national and provincial departments for assistance as a last resort. In one instance, the phones were never answered again after lunch, and in another instance, I was informed they cannot find an available social worker. With this in mind, the improvements this bill seeks to make will not be able to be implemented. We see how our children are suffering, and we see that in instances of GBVF, our women are being neglected. The elderly are no different, and this bill will not address their most immediate needs. Terwyl ons hierdie uitdagings ervaar en indien daar nie daadwerklike verbetering is in ons versorgingsfasiliteite nie en in die monitering van die welstand van ons ouer persone nie, gaan die wetsontwerp beslis nie tot uitvoering kom nie. Dit sal jammerlik wees. Ons moet vir ons ouer persone opstaan en toesien dat hulle regte beskerm word. Ek dankie.
Thank you, Honorable Brett, for your input. The next member who's going to be on the platform is Honorable Peter from Eastern Cape.
Manbulisa Sihlalo, no Minister Wamomshe, Molo Minister. The United Democratic Movement stands in full support of the Older Person Amendment Bill. This legislation is long overdue as it seeks to restore the dignity of older persons and safeguard their rights by ensuring they receive the care and protection they so desperately need. Xa sipasisa ezi bill, umqela mawubonakale kuluntu jikelele. The bill aims to provide safe and accessible accommodation with essential care and support services for older persons who are partially independent but require assistance with daily activities. However, We must also acknowledge the harsh reality forced by many under-resourced old age homes across the country. Homeless like Empilweni Old Age Home in East London are struggling to function due to inadequate funding. Residents often endure overcrowded condition, insufficient staff, and lack of proper resources. Similarly, Zanelenburg Free Care Center in Gauteng has been described as providing inhumane living condition. These are not isolated incidents, but rather symptoms of a broader crisis that this bill seeks to address. Honorable Speaker, we cannot overlook the plight of caregivers in these facilities. Caregivers are the backbone of our elder care system, yet they are often overworked, undertrained, and underpaid. It is unacceptable that those entrusted with the well-being of our elders are left without adequate resources or support. This amendment bill must be accompanied by political measures to ensure caregivers receive adequate training to handle the complex needs of older persons, including those who has dementia and other chronic conditions. Furthermore, the salaries must reflect the critical role they played in society. Investing in caregivers is not just an investment in individuals, it is an investment in the quality of care our elders receive the most. Ukuthotyelwa kwesidima somntu ngokuthi intlawulo ingabikho kwizinga eliphezulu, loo nto ibangela isizwe sijonge phantsi sithokumbise intloko. The UDM strongly supports provisions such as the removal of the older persons to temporarily safe care without a court order. These measures is critically for rescuing elders from abusive environment. Additionally, requiring individuals with expunged criminal records to provide proof of rehabilitation before working with older persons is essential to the safeguard against the potential harm. Finally, Speaker, this bill must go hand in hand with increased funding for old age home. Provincial budget cuts have pushed many facilities to the brink of collapse, leaving residents without adequate care. It is imperative that government allocates the necessary resources to ensure these homes can meet the needs of their residents. I-UDM ke mhlakazi isisapota ngokupheleleyo le budget, kodwa isithi makhe siphakanyiswe isidima somntu ukuze noko umntu angabuyi ephethe ipeanuts ukufika endlini. Xa sukube ke sizenza izinto sithi sizenzela abantu, masibaphakamise ngothando nangoxolo, sibanike uthando. Enkosi.
Thank you, Honorable Peter, for your input. The next honorable member to present is Honorable Chokwe from the Chairperson of Social Development, Gauteng. On the visual platform, not on social media. On the visual platform, over to Honorable Chokwe.
Thank you, Honorable Chair of National Council of Provinces, the Chief Whip of the NCOP, Minister of Social Development, Chairperson of Select Committee.
Excuse me, will you please run your video so that we can see you and then we can close it after that if you've got a problem?
I've switched it on, Honorable Chair, and I know my technical team were having a problem with that.
All right. No, it's
so
fine.
it only displayed the picture of Parliament, and I raised it with the technical team in the NCOP to assist me, but they never came to.
No problem then. Fire on.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Members of National Council of Provinces, Fellow South Africans, good afternoon. Honorable Chair, today is a great honor for me and the Portfolio Committee of Social Development in Gauteng to be given an opportunity to debate on this important bill that is called Older Person Amendment Bill. We can share with you, Honorable Chair, that this bill has been facilitated in such a way that there were public meetings in our 3 metro, Johannesburg Metro Municipality, Ekurhuleni Metro Municipality, Tshwane Metro Municipality, and the municipalities in the district of Sedibeng and municipalities in the district of West Rand. According to the United Nations and its member state, there has been acknowledgement of the fact that ageism as well as age discrimination are part of an ongoing struggle for human rights, and the fact that equal rights as well as dignity for the older person should be at the top of the agenda in our world we are living in. 30 years since the advent of democracy, Honorable Chair, injustice and inequality still exist and disproportionately affect among elderly people. Inasmuch as there are programs, Honorable Chair, institutions and platforms where they are afforded the opportunity to address these challenges, there are still issues around socioeconomic empowerment and human rights that needs a strategic focus. There are a few challenges still faced by older persons while they should be enjoying their human rights, which include the areas of prevention and protection against violence, abuse, and neglect. This also includes social protection, food, and housing availability for our older person. Honorable Chair, the debate before us is very important. We have just concluded those public meetings, as I've mentioned earlier. This was done in October, and the way elderly people came and contributed to this bill was so impressive. They made it a point that they do not want to be decided upon by people who do not know and understand their cries. And they've made the following amendments as the older persons of Gauteng, amongst others, which have made it to the final amendments be. In general, as I'm getting into that bill, general amendments. The older people here and the stakeholders in Gauteng, they are saying police officers should be trained and sensitized to deal with older persons. And then on abuse register, while such a register may exist, it only serves to deal with those who have been found guilty in a court of law. All the projects and programs that are stated in this bill are expected to have such a register, but in most instances, there is nothing or it is never completed. Strict compliance mechanisms should be developed in order to ensure accurate and updated maintenance of the information in this abuse register. 3, they are saying courts should be empowered to deal with cases concerning abuse of older persons, similarly to the Children's Act Court, which is empowered by the Children's Act. Lastly, they say further clarity needs to be provided on how this bill will be protected, will protect those taking care of the elderly people who act in protection and defense against perpetrators who attack elderly people in their case. Honorable Chair, in closing, as the province of Gauteng, we support the Older Persons Amendment Bill. I want to request that the National Department of Social Development to make sure that once this bill is signed into law, they go back to older persons and workshop them on this bill. Honorable Chair, as Gauteng Province, we've made those commitments and we also include the feedback session in our operational plan. So we will invite the department to come to Gauteng Province and explain the contents of the amendment bill to some of it as older persons who attended our public hearing. I thank you, Honorable Chair.
Honourable members, we are grateful to the Gauteng Chairperson of Social Development. Thank you very much, Honourable Member. Next person to take the platform will be the Honourable Nkonyane, not the normal one that we have in our house, but the Mpumalanga Chairperson for Social Development. Honourable Nkonyane.
Honorable Chairperson of the NCOP, the Deputy Chairperson of the NCOP, honorable members of the NCOP, distinguished guests, comrades, and companions. Honorable Chairperson, it gives me a great pleasure to stand before this August House to make some reflections on behalf of the people of Mpumalanga on the Older Persons Amendment Bill. Honorable Chairperson, we need to remember the importance of our old people. They have given us so much. They have worked hard for us. They have loved us, cared for us, and shared their wisdom with us. Now that they are old, we need to show them love, support, and care. We need to fight for their rights. Many old people in our community face problems. Witchcraft accusations against the elderly is a huge concern in South Africa. Wrongful accusations of witchcraft against our old people are often tied to dementia and other mental health conditions. This accusation from our community and family members lead to wrongful prosecution of our innocent elderly people. Honorable Chairperson, most of our elderly persons do not have proper homes. Some do not have food, some don't even have families, and some are sick. We need to help them. They should always be happy and safe. Our older persons played a huge role and have a very positive influence in our families and communities in the country. Our government is committed to support older persons and enable them to lead active, secure, and enable them to live as part of the community. Honorable Chairperson, as Mpumalanga, we welcome and support the bill and express our gratitude that the social workers can now be able to remove a victim without court interdict if she is abused. The bill came at the right time as the elderly person was raped and killed in Senotlelo, Dr. Jerry S. Muroka local municipality. We have noted with concern some of our elderly persons withdraw cases before because they were frightened by perpetrators who threatened to kill them if they do not withdraw the case. This bill will give our older person peace of mind knowing that they will always be protected and feel safe. When a perpetrator is apprehended, he or she must be denied bail, especially when the victim is an older person. We further support Section 33, strengthening to the enforcement penalties in areas of non-compliance to registrations, monitoring, and evaluation of services and investigation of elder persons' case, amongst others. Honorable Chairperson, in conclusion, we welcome and support the bill that seeks to honor, protect our elders. We need to be thankful for their love and their wisdom and their guidance. I thank you, Honorable Chairperson.
Thank you very much, Honourable Nkonyane. The next person who has an opportunity at the podium will be the Honourable Kaiser Philander, the Western Cape Chairperson of the Standing Committee on Social Development.
Thank you very much, Honourable Chairperson, honourable members of the NCOP and fellow South Africans. Today I rise to represent the Democratic Alliance in the Western Cape in this critical debate on the Older Persons Amendment Bill. At the heart of this legislation lies a simple yet profound truth. How we treat our elders reflects the values of our society. The elderly are the custodians of our history, the nurturers of our families, and an enduring wellspring of wisdom. It is our duty to ensure that their golden years are marked by dignity, security, and respect. In Suid-Afrika het die ouer geslag van die mees diepgaande veranderinge in ons volk se geskiedenis. Hulle het die storms van onderdrukking deurgestaan en die aanbreek van vryheid gevier. Baie van hulle het regstreeks bygedra tot die moeilike winste wat ons nou geniet. Tog ten spyte van hul opofferings en bydra, bevind te veel van ons oues vandag dat hulle self nog gemarginaliseer, kwesbaar en vergete is. The Older Persons Amendment Bill seeks to address these injustices. Its aim is to strengthen the rights, welfare and protections of older persons by addressing gaps in the Older Persons Act of 2006. It represents a significant step forward in recognizing and addressing the unique challenges faced by this vulnerable group. Chairperson, this bill introduces a range of critical amendments, strengthened monitoring and compliance. It provides for enhanced oversight of community-based and residential care services, ensuring that care facilities meet essential standards. Temporary safe care. For the first time, the law will allow for the immediate removal of older persons to temporary safe care without a court order in cases of imminent harm. Clearer legal definitions. By refining terms such as assisted living facility and family care, the bill promotes consistency in its application, accountability and rights protection. It strengthens measures to combat abuse, neglect, and exploitation, while also encouraging intergenerational solidarity and mentorship roles for older persons. Hierdie veranderinge is nodig en welkom. Hulle weerspieël die bekommernisse en aspirasies van talle Suid-Afrikaners wat deelgeneem het aan die uitgebreide konsultasies en openbare verhore wat hierdie wetsontwerp gevorm het. Deur openbare verhore wat in dorpe soos George, Woester, Beaufort Wes en verder gehou is, het gewone burgers met duidelikheid en oortuiging gepraat oor die belangrikheid van die beskerming van die waardigheid en regte van ons oues vandaag. Yet, Honorable Chairperson, no piece of legislation is without its challenges, and this bill is no exception. One of the most glaring shortcomings of this bill is the absence of a detailed financial plan. The 2017-2018 financial assessment estimated that 2.66 billion rand would be needed to implement this bill's provision to cover just 41% of the target population. This figure, while daunting, underscores the scale of investment required to truly protect and support our elders. Despite this, the final draft of the bill does not provide updated costing details. Provinces are expected to implement its provisions within existing budgets, an expectation that is both unrealistic and unfair. Service providers, many of whom already operate on shoestring budgets, face the risk of closure due to the increased compliance requirements. Let us be clear, without sufficient funding, this bill's noble aspirations will remain just that, aspirations. Beloftes gemaak sonder die middele om dit na te kom, is nie net leeg nie, hulle is gevaarlik, want hulle kweek ontnigtering en verdiep wantroue in die regering. We must consider the ripple effects of this legislation. Non-profit organizations, community-based care facilities, and other service providers are the backbone of elder care in South Africa. They provide critical services in environments where government support is often lacking. These organizations are already stretched to the limit. Die instelling van strenger voldoeningsmaatreëls sonder om finansiële of tegniese ondersteuning te bied, kan hierdie diensverskaffers in onvolhoubare gebied stoot. Die onbedoelde gevolg kan die teenoorgestelde wees van wat hierdie wetsontwerp wil bereik. Minder toegang tot sorg vir ouer persone, nie meer nie. Dit laat 'n kritieke vraag ontstaan. Hoe kan ons regte en beskerming wetgewing maak sonder om die hulpbronne te verseker om dit te kan handhaaf. Chairperson, the Democratic Alliance in the Western Cape believes that this bill can succeed, but only if its implementation is supported by a clear financial roadmap. We call on the national government to prioritize funding for elder care. This funding should not only cover compliance costs, but also include capacity building initiatives, training programs, and resources for enforcement mechanisms. During our engagements with stakeholders, one issue stood out above all others: enforcement. Strong laws are meaningless without the means to enforce them. This is particularly true in rural and under-resourced areas where older persons are often most vulnerable. Interdepartmental structures as outlined in the bill are a step in the right direction, but they must be operationalized effectively. This requires not just funding, but also political will and robust coordination between social services, law enforcement, and healthcare providers. Hierdie wetsontwerp gaan nie net oor die beskerming van ouer persone nie. Dit gaan oor die beveiliging van die sektor wat hulle bedien. Versorgers, maatskaplike werkers en ander professionele persone in hierdie veld is die onbesonge helde van bejaardesorg. Hulle werk onvermoeid onder uitdagende omstandighede, dikwels vir onvoldoende betaling. Deur hierdie sektor te versterk, verseker ons dat ouer persone nie net sorg ontvang nie, maar die kwaliteitsorg wat hulle verdien. Dit beteken om te belê in die opleiding en welstand van versorgers, om te verseker dat hulle die gereedskap en hulpbronne het wat nodig is om hul noodsaaklike werk uit te voer. Honorable Chairperson, one of the most inspiring aspects of this bill is its emphasis on mentorship and intergenerational solidarity. In an era where social fragmentation is on the rise, the provision is a timely reminder of the value of connection. Older persons are not just beneficiaries of care, they are contributors to our social fabric. They are mentors, they are advisors and role models. By fostering stronger bonds between generations, we can build a society that values wisdom, experience, and mutual respect. Honorable Chairperson, through you to the Honorable National Minister, the Democratic Alliance supports the intent and objectives of this bill. We believe in a South Africa where the dignity of every individual is upheld, where the rights of the vulnerable are protected, and where the contributions of our elders are celebrated. But our support is conditional. We cannot ignore the practical realities that threaten to undermine the bill's success. Without adequate funding, this legislation risks becoming an empty promise. Let us not pass a law for the sake of appearances. Let us pass a law that delivers real, tangible change. I thank you, Honorable Chairperson.
Thank you very much indeed, Honorable Kaiser Philander. I'm sure Mr. Modise is as happy as I am that you are here today in person in the House. We do appreciate your attendance. Honourable members, please join me in welcoming Honourable Billy, who will be the next to take up the podium. Honourable Billy.
Honorable House Chair, Honorable Chairperson, members of the National Council of Provinces, and South Africans. Honorable members, in KwaZulu-Natal, just this year, an 83-year-old Cindy Wengaza's son allegedly abused her for failing to provide him with meat to eat. The grandson was arrested on charges of assault with intent to cause grievous bodily harm and contravention of the Older Persons Act.
In the same province, Utukela News Times posted a video in which a 40-year-old man appears to be assaulting his elderly mother in Mnambiti. Information at our disposal shows that the 40-year-old man was never arrested, nor justice was done for the elderly victim. In Limpopo province, the DA recently exposed the Vutlari Old Age and Disability Center, which according to reports, elderly residents at the center were subjected to sleeping on the floor with only thin, dirty blankets to cover themselves. To make matters worse, honorable members, it was said that the residents are bathed with pine gel or Jay's fluid, who have open sores on their bodies and are fed only soup, spinach, cabbage, namageo. When the MEC of Limpopo Social Development, Florence Razilani, tried to go and see these conditions through an oversight, she was refused entry. Honorable Marty might be aware of that. As a result of this, it is said that the elderly died in this place due to malnutrition and unsanitary conditions at the center. In the province of the Eastern Cape, in Queenstown, Enoch Mkichimana municipality, at the first public hearing on the Older Persons Amendment Bill as part of Parliament's legislative public participation process, the seniors from the surrounding villages detailed harrowing examples of elderly abuse, rape, prolonged court cases, and secondary victimization during the case, clinics without medication, extremely far to reach, road infrastructure that is so appalling that ambulances and other services cannot reach them, no running water or ablution facilities, dilapidated and unsecure residential facilities which are constantly vulgarized, and an overwhelming fear of their children and grandchildren who abuse them, demanding their SASSA old age grant each month, leaving them with nothing. Honorable members, I'm sure none would agree that no elderly person deserves this type of treatment from any person or any caring government in our country. These are just some of the many cases of the elderly being abused and facing real threat as a demographic in our communities. We must not only say no and condemn these inhumane actions, we must urgently intensify our legislative efforts and the protection and enforcement of law when it comes to the elderly as vulnerable group in our communities. With this bill, honorable members, it must be made easy for our departments to be able to work hand in hand with one another. We want our social workers to be able to easily intervene on cases without having hassles, which might include getting court orders. Social workers, healthcare providers, and the police should be empowered to remove older persons facing imminent harm to a safe facility promptly, unlike what our Honorable MK member has proposed. We must strengthen the protection and prevention of abuse of older persons, strengthen the coordination mechanism between government departments, eliminate harmful traditional practices, including witchcraft accusation against older people, make provision to recognize the responsibilities of older person in passing on intergenerational knowledge. Honorable Adrian's speaker spoke at length about this, about the value in the elderly being involved in conflict resolution. Honorable Kaiser also spoke about mentorship and so on. We need them to strengthen registration and the monitoring of residential facilities and community-based care and support services, which will ensure that the safe removal of older person to a place of safety. This bill, honorable members, highlights the responsibility of all spheres of government to prioritize older persons in service delivery. As Honorable Du Plessis has said, the interdepartmental approach is essential. It fosters collaboration across all sectors, including health, justice, housing, and community development. Honorable members, we must ensure that this bill, when implemented, is not frustrated by inadequate funding, implementation, monitoring, and lack of awareness, as the Honorable Chukua explained on conducting workshops on this. Certainly not as an opportunity to further loot state funds. Budget should never stop us from looking out for the most vulnerable. We must explore solutions, rope in civil society organizations and the private sector to get this right. Honorable members, as the DA, we believe in protecting the most vulnerable in society. This bill aligns with our commitment to uphold human dignity, safeguard rights, and promote equality. In conclusion, honorable members, this bill is not just a legal document. It is a promise to the elders of our nation who have given so much to build South Africa we know today. Let us honor their contribution by providing them with the respect, care, and protection that they deserve. Let this bill be a symbol of collective commitment, justice, equality, and human dignity for all South Africans. Siyabonga.
Thank you, Honorable Billy. Honorable members, the House now recognize the Honorable Mokwele from the African National Congress to take his place at the podium. Honorable Mokwele.
Thanks very much, Dumedishe, House Chair, Dumedishe Mdula Stulo, Maloko Androye, Kidje Madumama, special to our Honorable Minister, Minister Talashi. You are more than welcome. This is your house, you are always here. Chairperson, allow me to share a few facts from the report published by the World Health Organization about older persons. Around 1 in 6 people, around 1 in 6 people 60 years and older experience some form of abuse in the community setting during the past year. Rates of the abuse of older people are high in the institutions such as the nursing homes and long-term care facility, with 2 in 3 staff nursing homes and long-term care facility reporting that they have committed abuse in the past year, as Honorable Mate alluded. And also rates of abuse by older people increased during the COVID-19 pandemic, honorable members, as we know that it was during lockdown. And abuse of older people can lead to the serious physical injuries and long-term psychological consequences. Abuse of older people is predicted to increase as many countries are experiencing rapidly aging population. The global population of people aged 60 years and older will more than double from 9 million in 2015 to about 2 billion in 2050. Honorable members, these unsettling facts are indicative of the abuse, neglect, and vulnerability of older persons, including in South Africa. The abuse of older persons is a serious violation of their human rights and dignity. Indeed, the right of older persons are human rights, often manifesting itself in various ways, including physical harm, emotional trauma, and social isolation. In South African context, studies suggest that approximately 1 in 10 older adults experience some form of elder abuse each year. It is important to note that studies indicate that these estimates could be higher, considering that many cases of abuse in the country remain unreported. In South Africa, the abuse of older persons can be attributed to numerous factors, which include poverty and unemployment. In our country's dire economic state, many individuals and families are under financial pressure and cannot meet their basic needs. Thus, this often leads many to rely on the older person grants and pension for survival. This financial dependency, coupled with the decline of traditional family system, which used to protect and care for elders, and are breaking down, leaving many older people neglected and unsupported. In such vacuum, that leaves older persons susceptible to mistreatment and financial and other forms of abuse. Fellow South African, at the same time, harmful beliefs about aging, like thinking older people are burden, contribute to their mistreatment. Thus, this provision in the bill creates a much-needed framework for addressing issues such as ageism, which perpetuate harmful stereotypes about older persons, portraying them as a frail, dependent, or incapable of meaningful contribution. These biases often lead to the discrimination and the marginalization of older persons in diminishing their quality of life. Honorable Chairperson, additionally, the World Health Organization highlights that ageism is associated with poorer health outcome for older persons, including increased rates of depression and anxiety, which can exacerbate feelings of loneliness and isolation. It is because of the above that the African National Congress support the Older Person Amendment Bill as a provision of the bill serve as a protective measure and promote awareness of the right of older persons to create safer environment that empower older persons. The provision in the bill ensure that there are sufficient and adequate mechanisms to challenge this prejudice in our society towards strengthening the ideal of fostering greater respect for older persons and valuing people of all ages. Honorable members, in this regard, the Constitution affirms the right and the value of older persons through several key provisions, such as Section 9, which ensure equality before the law and prohibits unfair discrimination on various grounds, including age. And Section 10 also ensures that the protection of the right of human dignity, affirming that everyone is entitled to have their dignity respected. Other provisions of the Constitution which affirm the rights of older persons include Section 12, which guarantee freedom and security for all and safeguard individuals from violence and immune treatment. Lastly, Section 27 establishes the right and access of health care, sufficient food and water, and social security, ensuring appropriate support for those unable to provide for themselves. Together, this provision emphasizes the protection, inclusion, and the respect of older persons in society. Fellow South Africans, the amendment bill serves as a crucial measure in promoting respect, universal human rights, and dignity for older persons in alignment with the Constitution. As the reflection of an evolving society concerned with building on the democratic gains, the amendment proposed to the existing Older Person Act of 2006 will serve to enhance the protection of older person rights and ensure that their dignity is upheld in all aspects of life. For instance, one of the primary objectives of the bill is to establish a minimum norms and standard for the service provided to older persons, which include oversight of care facility and community-based support system, which is, Honorable Chair, that is what we have done during our oversight visit in Western Cape, which I'm still going to come to that. This commitment not only affirms the dignity of older persons, but also addresses systematic issues such as abuse and neglect, and ensuring that older persons receive the care and respect they deserve. Furthermore, the Older Person Amendment Bill is also aligned with the international framework such as the Sustainable Development Goals that emphasize the principle of leaving no one behind. Many of the goals are linked to addressing the needs of the older person and serve to promote their interests and their well-being. For example, Sustainable Development Goal and on no poverty recognizes the importance of reducing poverty amongst all age groups, including older persons, who often face financial insecurity. Sustainable Development Goal 3 on good health and well-being also has a profound implication in that it aims to ensure access to healthcare services, which is critical for addressing the health challenges associated with aging. While Sustainable Goal 10 on reduced inequality is focused on combating discrimination and promoting social inclusion, ensuring that older persons are treated with dignity and respect. This goal, along with others, provide a framework for creating an inclusive society where older persons can strive and contribute meaningfully. Therefore, strengthening system towards supporting older persons require a multi-front approach involving various stakeholders, central to stronger family community support, supported by continuous educational and awareness program on policy and the role of older persons in order to ensure that communities is adequately empowered to ensure older people are protected and are valued. A key feature of Amendment Bill is to focus on preventing, combating abuse against older persons, which is essential for safeguarding their dignity. This underscores the fact that the abuse and violence enacted not only on older persons but other groups in the society are preventable. As a society, we need to do better in addressing the root causes of violence, which perpetuates fractures and instability, and how this limits progress in our society and undermine human rights. Highlighting the significant contribution and the role of older persons, the former President Nelson Mandela, in his address, making the International Year of Older Persons, emphasized the importance of building a society of all ages. In his address, he stated, I quote, "A society that does not value its older people denies its roots and endangers its future. Let us strive to enhance the capacity to support themselves for as long as possible, and when they cannot do so, to care for themselves." Kaburipana, Chairperson, and honorable members, Sechaba, seo se sa tsebe go mo se tswang gona, a se tsebe mo se yang gona. Che, ge ke feleletša, be ke rata go lebogiša bao ba sokologile go lehono. Unfortunately, an honorable members who was representing the MK party, Honorable Beshila, because I never hear as a kikurna banyaka or renkatabaye ya older persons. I think but beginya globa beona maybe bereka fanako but the bar talusage. But also I want to agree with Honorable Duplessis for the very first time. The issue, Honorable Duplessis of the DA, who said, I quote, he said, "Those who forget the history, they doomed to repeat it." We all know that before 1994, so I'm happy that we are reminding those who know that in the previous history, if they can't change now, that is why I'm agreeing with you. Lastly, I want to disagree with the honorable member, the last honorable member. It is the MEC or is the chairperson of Portfolio Committee of Social Development from Western Cape, who was saying that he's agreeing le mono wa rena wa o tlhabolla batsofe ba borena e fela o na le with condition Because honorable members, we must show commitment, all of us, in particular to the public there, because all of us, we are heading to aging, Chairperson. Kamgarena, honorable honorable minister, Riawanakwa. So therefore, we must give hope to our people that indeed we are serious in making sure that we protect the gain since 1994. As the African National Congress, we are supporting this amendment. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Mokwele. It has been our tradition as this House that the minister responsible for the subject matter that is before the House will open the debate and subsequently close the debate. In this instance, that has not been a matter, and we profusely apologize, Honorable Minister, and accordingly, we will fix that. Having said that, I would like to take this opportunity, and we believe that we're still going to benefit a lot from you through your debate in this House. I'm inviting you to the podium.
Honorable Chairperson of this august House, the Deputy Chairperson, all the presiding officers of this most important House enshrined into our Constitution. It really gives me a great joy to address you today on a very important piece of legislation, the Elder Persons Amendment Bill. I also want to acknowledge and appreciate the contribution by the Department and Parliament, both houses, in contributing to the care and protection of our senior citizens and sacrifices over the many years of contributing to the building of this country. For all of us here, we are now benefiting, called by very respectful names, having not done anything, not even raised a finger. But the people that we're talking about today, they are the ones who know and experience the wrath of apartheid, and they've carried us the longest way to come to where we are today. And this is why I find it difficult to hear even one member that can talk so bad and so irresponsible about the founders and the people who took responsibility and put their lives, some of them, for us to benefit today. We are being called honorable members of parliament. Some of us never did anything for us to have and really benefit what we're benefiting today. All of us, all of them are 60 and above. It tells you the story that they were there when it was not nice to want to change this country to be what it is today. It is really disappointing to hear and get to understand some other political parties who don't seem to understand where we're coming from, therefore don't know where we are, and as such, they have no idea of where we want to go and where we would want to take this country to. Shame unto them. Honorable Chair, I thank you for having immensely invested your energies in making sure that we reach out to the length and breadth of this country, which included rural areas, urban areas, townships, and farming communities, as we engage in these public hearings to listen to views of our people on the ground, specifically the elder persons. So we came here, we're not thumbsucking, we're not talking about things that we'd want to see, but we're talking and in a very, very respectful way. We're trying to interpret and communicate what these custodians of this that were benefiting today, what did they say about they themselves, how they would want to be looked after, not because we're doing them any favor, but because the constitution of this country gives them that entitlement. Honorable member, there's a lot of elder abuse happening in our communities, and these were also elevated during public hearings, especially within Western Cape, my dear sister. Farming communities is one of the key areas which we need to start focusing on as a matter of priority. As government and relevant stakeholders, we should do that like yesterday. I also want to take this opportunity, Honorable Chairperson, and appreciate all your efforts of considering all the inputs received, which were successfully compiled and presented to the committee for approval on the 13th of November, 2024. Indeed, Chair, when provincial representatives speak so eloquently about what happened, we have a proof that they've been there. They conducted those public hearings. They have an idea of what needs to be done. It is all upon your efforts that this become something that we can say, indeed it happened. Honorable Chairperson, let me also take this opportunity to thank all provincial legislatures, 9 of them, for having submitted all their financial provincial mandates in favor of Older Persons Amendment Bill of 2022, and for the successful consideration and adoption of the committee's report on the bill by your select committee. Thank you so much. On the 4th of December, 2024. This work is not work that has been done once upon a time, but this is the work that has been embarked into by the 7th administration, which is hardly 5 months in office. Well done, leadership of the NCOP, as well as the honorable members of this House. Honorable members, long life has become a reality for South Africa as it is for all other countries. The aging population is increasingly comprised of older persons who are 60 years and above. Our country experienced considerable growth in the number of older persons from 1.3 million in 1994 to 4.1 million in 2011. We are not thumb-sucking. This is the reliable stats from Stats South Africa in 2011. It is projected that in 2050, the aging population will be at 12.3%. In 2023, the Stats South Africa reveals that South Africa only has 6.2 million elder persons, with 3 highest provinces being Gauteng at 1.4 million of elder persons, KZN 839,000, Limpopo 535,000, and Northern Cape with the lowest of 131,787. This number, Honorable Chair, accounts to 9.5% of the proportion of the population in South Africa. According to the suspend database, South Africa currently approximately sends up 8,500 centenaries, of which 7,285 of them are females and 1,194 are males. And this number continues to grow, especially in Limpopo, which now is sitting with 3,094 and KZN with 1,885. As I said, the number does not include those that are not currently in the SOCPEN database from SASSA. It means if you can have that reliable data, this number can be even more. Chair, the life expectancy is increasing globally, and in South Africa, it is at 61.48 years and 64.34 for the entire continent, which is South Africa which is Africa, at 0.42% increase from 2023. Honorable members, policies and intervention of the last 30 years of democracy, they have contributed positively to the high life expectancy. It did not just happen because we were all seated doing nothing, but the democracy that came in 1994, to an extent, it has played a role. And as such, we see this, yes, very good progress, but they need a lot of intervention. And us to be, as we are doing, to be educated and make us to understand why it is important for us to still having laws that seek to look after these important people. Chair, South Africa is facing numerous socio-economic difficulties that emanate from the triple challenges of increasing poverty, unemployment, and inequalities. These triple challenges have further exposed South Africa to other social ills, such as heightened levels of alcohol substance abuse. Ahead here, members coming to come and confirm these provinces, giving us reliable statistics on all that we're raising here today. These are, amongst others, femicide, gender-based violence, persecution of killing of LGBTQIA plus individuals, human trafficking, teenage pregnancy, dysfunctional behavior in school, resulting in high level of violence and murder. Honorable members, whilst the social security system provides a lifeline to the poorest households and reduce poverty and inequalities, there are still challenges with support for unemployed people who do not qualify for social grants, such as poor individuals aged between 19 to 59 years. We need to acknowledge that government strives to respond to social security demands regardless of the current financial constraint. We are raising this because majority of the social ills are informed by the fact that younger people are unemployed, such that they are exposed into all these ills, which sometimes make them to be different and embark onto those experiences that we never saw. It should also be noted that due to the scourge of HIV and AIDS, COVID-19 pandemic and disasters, elder persons lost their children, and this has led them to become second-time parents. And this had led them to become second-life parents, and as government, we are not able to see this on time and act swiftly. That is why elder persons feel that the grant is limited, and now they are made to take responsibility, which were not supposed to be their responsibility. Also, with the shrinking economy, we are not able to increase that grant, as government will not be able to afford the increase yet. But we want to say we recognize that. Chair, South Africa has experienced a spate of offense committed against elder persons, including their killings. Several interventions have been made, and among others includes the removal of them from their residential facilities. We should look at how best to deal with these facilities, as elder person doesn't want to be removed from their environment. No, we are not saying they must be forcefully removed, but we are saying because of the circumstances that they find themselves in, this bill is finding a way to deal with that matter. However, it does not change the fact that no one at that age would want to be removed from her or his known and accepted environment. Again, we are, as the department, we are aware that as the department, older persons are also being abused in these facilities themselves. We have proof on that one. Again, Western Cape is being among those provinces that are leading in this regard. Once this process that we are embarking on, the conclusion of this bill, we will take upon ourselves as the department to lead a campaign wherein we'll crisscross the country like all the honorable members did, to go and find more and find a solution on these that our elder people are going through, because they don't deserve this. I am taking the full responsibility to lead that, so that we don't, as honorable members have just alluded, We don't introduce and put laws in place just for the sake of it. We should be able to put laws that we must make sure that they are implemented, and as such, the people that are supposed to benefit, they do benefit. Honorable members, with older persons being breadwinners, most of them are not aware of the foster care grant that they can receive to take care of the grandchildren. It's a fact. DST will work with SASSA to develop a system that will address these problems and to showcase the work already done and work together with other entities to resolve these challenges, especially for elder persons looking after grandchildren who are also getting other grants. We need to have a system that gives the entire story. Who gets grants, at what stage, who stays with that, who else is getting something, and what is the total basket of that particular household. This is important because that system will identify gaps that exist at the present moment, such that elder people feel, and we also agree with them, that the money that they are getting is a little bit limited for them to be able to do all that is expected. Honorable Chair, one of the objectives of the National Development Plan of 2030 is to elongate the lifespan of elder persons to 70. For South Africa to achieve this and other objective aimed at upholding, promoting, and protecting the rights of elder persons, there's a need for all key stakeholders to commit, collaborate, integrate, and support all processes that are in place for this implementation. Honorable Chair, the purpose of the Older Persons Amendment Bill is to ensure that elder persons are provided with quality services across various sectors, afforded the necessary protection by society, and that the best possible care is provided to them through community-based and residential care facilities. We need not to take them from one town to the other, but we need to keep them where they are safer, but also give the necessary services. This bill, Honorable Chair, is aimed at amending the Older Persons Act 13 of 2006 to ensure that the Act is up to date with the realities of today. Chair, let me also highlight to you some of the key issues that were raised in all 9 provinces, like the provinces have just articulated. Yes, they said in their mouths, poor service delivery to older persons, poor collaboration by different departments, and ill treatment of older persons at various service delivery points. They said so, like the honorable members who gave evidence to that to say, indeed, this is happening. They also reflected on the elder abuse, which we all know. I don't know where everybody was when there was this video that was taking rounds, which the honorable member spoke about, where this young man was abusing his grandmother. Asazi uba abanye abantu bahlala phi njengoba bengayiboni le ngxaki. Sinqonela uba babuye kancinci apho bakhoyo bazojongana ngqakasana neengxaki esinazo kweli lizwe njengabantu ebebezigqalisile nababetshilo uba bazimisele ukuphatha nokhoko. Kulungile futhi mabenze njalo ngoba balifumene idlanzana, kodwa they must take the full responsibility. It should not be an opportunistic man wherein people take responsibility and then
Honorable
abdicate
Minister,
when it is capable.
I'm afraid your time is up. So long, sir. Besathandile ukukulalela Mongameli xa ngoku ixesha lisimoshile. Nanoma sigalelele nje kwempushana akusincedanga. I'm now calling the last speaker who will be closing the debate for today. I'm calling the chairperson of the Social Services, Honorable Finis.
Ek vat my hele 5 minute.
We are all aware, Chairperson, of the broad and critical roles played by older persons in our families, but also in society at large. For example, older persons as grandparents play an invaluable and supportive role in the realm of childcare. I'm certain we all belong to communities where we have seen older persons in their roles as grandparents play a primary role in caregiving. They often have to step in and assume this responsibility due to various circumstances such as parental unemployment, health issues, or educational obligations. This support is essential in ensuring that children grow up in a loving and functional home that can meet their developmental needs of shelter, nutrition, and education, among others. This support also assists in fostering greater family bonds and unity. Despite the positive impact they have, we must also note the emotional and financial strain that it is accompanied by such responsibilities on older persons, particularly for those suffering from various physical and mental age-related challenges. Thus, the government, alongside social partners, must find ways to intervene in the interests of all parties to ensure that the needs of the vulnerable, regardless of age, are respected and upheld. This also requires addressing our deep-rooted socioeconomic challenges which contribute to the precarity of the young parents and their inability to care for their children, including teenage pregnancy and unemployment. In addition to childcare, older persons frequently serve as crucial financial supporters within their families, where in many cases in the country, older persons' pensions often are primary source of income for only the beneficiary, but also for the extended family matters. In this regard, we note and applaud the interventions of government, ensuring the continuity of the social relief of the stress grant, which was introduced during COVID-19. Chairperson, older persons are also often viewed as custodians of cultural heritage and community values. They play key roles in maintaining traditions and practices that define their communities, such as participating in rituals and communal events. The involvement in cultural activities ensure the transmissions of knowledge and values to younger generation, fostering a sense of identity and continuity within families and communities. Therefore, Chairperson, the Older Persons Amendment Bill should be supported not only to address critical issues related to safety and well-being of older persons, but also for the benefit of the broader society. Older persons' knowledge and experience also have significant socioeconomic implications for our country, and this is our collective interest to create a conducive space for older persons to strive and achieve their full potential, while simultaneously learning and preserving their knowledge and skills for the growth and continuity of our society. Chairperson, and for the Honourable Member of the MK, the Constitution of South Africa protects the older persons where in terms of when they can consent to make their own decisions for themselves. I thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you very much, Honorable Finis, for closing the debate for us. We now want to put the question, and the question is that the bill be agreed to. Before we proceed to the voting, I shall now afford provinces to make a declaration if there is any province that wishes to do so. The province of Western Cape, Honorable Godson.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Honorable Chair and members, the Western Cape supports this bill, but we have to share significant concerns with this House regarding the potential additional costs associated with the implementation of the proposed amendments, which appear not to have been fully addressed in the report on the socioeconomic impact assessment. Specifically of concern is the need for additional staff and budget allocations to ensure compliance with the new provisions. Existing budgetary resources would be insufficient to cover these additional requirements without negatively impacting on other essential provincial services. We have seen the under-expenditure on social workers in the government systems. This bill will create similar additional needs, but does not indicate from where the money will come. In light of these concerns, the Western Cape strongly recommends that the implementation of all proposals in the bill be contingent upon a comprehensive and formal costing exercise. Moreover, sufficient additional resources should be allocated to the relevant provincial departments to support the expanded functions envisioned by the bill. The concern of the financial implications of implementing the bill under existing provincial budgets is shared by communities in that without additional funding or a clear financial plan, the effectiveness of the amendments could be undermined, potentially leaving service providers unable to meet compliance requirements. We advocate for the national government to allocate sufficient funding for this critical legislation to ensure its successful implementation. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Gotsa. Honorable delegates, I will now call upon the provinces to cast their votes. I will start with the province of Eastern Cape. Honorable Nonkonyan.
President and honorable members, the Eastern Cape supports the vote.
Thank you very much. Honorable Dlamini.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Free State support the bill.
Thank you, Honorable Mananiso.
Thank you, Chairperson. The Gauteng supports the bill.
Thank you very much, Honorable Mananiso. Honorable Billy.
Sibonge sihlalo isifundazwe sakwaZulu Natal siyawaseka umbiko.
Siyabonga, Honorable Billy. The province of Limpopo, Honorable Mokweli.
Ke go leboga modulasetulo re le Limpopo re thekga phetogo ya bili.
Re a leboga mohlomphiwa. The province of the rising sun, Honorable Nxumalo.
Thank you very much, Chairperson Mpumalanga. We support the bill.
Councillor Shinene. And the province of Northern Cape.
Thank you, Chairpersons. As the Northern Cape, we support the Older Persons Amendment Bill. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Honorable Finis. The province of Northwest.
Councillor Chairperson, as Northwest, we support the bill.
Councillor Shinene. Honorable Stole, the province of Western Cape.
Thank you,
Honorable
Chair. The
Gotsa.
Western Cape will support.
Thank you very much, honorable members. That then shows how important this bill is. Hence, we've been pushing very hard, Minister, that it be reinstated. Let there be rigorous engagement with our communities. We take this work very seriously, and we've got confidence that the department will accordingly implement as per the suggestions and recommendation by our communities. Having said that, honorable members, I would like to take this opportunity and thank the Minister, the permanent delegates, the MECs, and all our chairpersons from various provinces and special delegates and SALGA representatives for availing themselves and contributing towards this important debate that we've just had today. Having said that, this concludes the business of the day until we meet tomorrow at 10 o'clock. Thank you very much. The meeting stands adjourned.
Recording stopped.